top-ranked team. So this is a game where if they win it, they, I think, go 4-3, which puts them in the ledger of possibilities if they win a few more to go into finals. They lose it, they're in trouble. And you look at Silvan, well, they're coming... they've got a big game too because they've got to win this, otherwise, they're going to drop right out of the race.
I was looking at the ladder last night. Fairpark win this, and they're still within touching distance of the top four, and I think the top four have had 4 wins, and then Whitehorse 5. So they win this, they're definitely well on the track, and Silvan will be smarting a little bit after last week, so they definitely want to get back on track with another win. I think it's possible here.
Well, it was interesting last weekend with Silvan coming up against Surrey Park. Now, Silvan conceded 27 scoring shots. Now they're leaking scores like an absolute sieve. So today they really want to tighten that up because. We saw Fairpark last weekend. They had quite a few scoring shots against Nunawading, no less, but certainly the week before is the one I want to touch on. Fairpark giving Whitehorse a good old-fashioned touch-up here at home as well, 19-15-129, so that's 34 scoring shots. So they have no problem scoring at all, and maybe that could be a cause of concern for Silvan, who leaked a few last week.
Well, definitely, and I think the other thing is that this ground is quite an unusual one to play. I keep saying this every week, but I suppose I've basically coached on every oval in the competition, and I know that this oval is quite an unusual one to coach on. It's quite the transition ball from the middle to goal square is actually very, very quick. It's only a kick and a half, and yet if you push the ball wide, it's a kick and a half wide as well. So it is nearly a traditional circle. With the breeze the way it is today, you can expect that there'll be plenty of scoring down the Burwood Highway end, but having said that, the other end is generally the scoring end at this ground. So, look, I think it's going to favour the home team, and that's why I will talk about later. But that's why I'm going to go for Fairpark purely because of that. They really do have the home ground advantage today.
Fairpark for mine as well. What we might do now, gents, is have a look at some of the other games featuring in Division 4 this afternoon. The Glen Waverley Hawks, aren't they coming off a rousing win against Coldstream last weekend? They're coming up against Donvale, one of the fancies, I suppose, for the top 4 this season. This one shapes as a huge clash for both sides. Thoughts, Davis?
Well, I'm just going back and look at where Donvale's come in the last 12 months or so. They haven't really had a home ground. They've been playing away, yet they've produced some really good results. But the Glen Waverley Hawks, they might have dropped a couple, but they do know how to play well, and they know how to play well at home as well. So I just think you have to go Glen Waverley. Well, I think Donvale's going to put up a fight.
Donvale will be smarting after last week's loss to the Whitehorse Pioneers. As we know, the Whitehorse Pioneers in season 2017, they're no pushovers, and I suppose they got within 10 points of the Pioneers, but those close ones, especially in a division like this, you got to make every post a winner, because come the pointy end of the season, they all add up.
Yeah, look, Glen Waverley Hawks are one of those really competitive teams. They just haven't been able to put sides away this year. Donvale got Ancona and Sutherland back in, who are 2 key footballers for them. Great running player, and Ancona's a really unorthodox midfielder who he gets a lot of the football. He's a big, strong boy. I'm going with Donvale. I just think they need to win more, and they need to keep that second position, and I think they'll win today.
Donvale for mine as well. The last win they had, of course, was against Coldstream 2 weeks ago. And speaking of which, Coldstream coming up against Kilsyth this afternoon. For mine, it's one of the games of the round in Division 4. It's 2 sides. Coldstream have lost their last 2, and they really need a win today to get their season back on track, because I'll tell you what, they wouldn't be too happy with that.
No, and I'm looking at Kilsyth's results as well. They're coming off a bit of an 80-point thumping against Forest Hill last weekend in round 6, and I'm looking at their round 5 result, the 26-point win against Silvan. Yeah, it's going to be a big game, especially travelling all the way out to Coldstream, one of the farthest grounds out in the league. Yeah,
and you've got, as I say, both sides coming off losses. You've got Coldstream have made a lot of changes this week. They've got a couple of good boys in Rafferty and Wagner have come back into their side. They've had one Cecilia go out and one come in, so that's like for like in some ways. Key player in Dale's come out, which hurts them a little bit. I'm going for Coldstream again, because I think they play their ground so well, but it's not with a massive amount of confidence, because I think both these sides have got too much inconsistency in the way that they play. So Colchester need to stand up and cement their fourth spot. If Kilsyth lose, there's a little break in the ladder. There's a little break in that ladder from the top four. So it's a key game for Kilsyth.
Well, one man joining us here on EFL Game Day is, of course, the coach of the Fairpark Football Club, Sean Stanton. Sean, it's a pleasure to welcome you, mate.
Thanks for having us.
Sean, we spoke about this a fair bit already this season. What has it meant to the Fairpark Football Club to be Fairpark again? From the Eastern Lines, you can tell a lot of people have come back to the club and it's reinvigorated everyone here.
Yeah, you're spot on. It's been huge. We obviously made the change at the end of last year. We've got a new sponsor on board. We've got a new playing group. There's been a big buzz around the club. We're going along okay at the moment, but as a whole, it's been really important.
One of the things that catches my eye about Fairpark, particularly in the last couple of weeks, is that you guys have been putting through some big scores. Of course, against the Whitehorse Pioneers, that was one of your most impressive wins of the season. Whitehorse, of course, went into that game undefeated, and you guys came and played your best footy and put through 34 scoring shots. So it's definitely a strength of you guys to be able to hit the scoreboard.
Yeah, you spoke about inconsistency earlier when I just walked in. We typify that at the moment, unfortunately. You find that our best is pretty competitive at this particular level. We played Donvale round 2 here and got the points, and like you said, Whitehorse were undefeated and we won by 10 goals. So unfortunately, there's two fair parks at the moment. They're Jekyll and Hyde. We play well and we generally are pretty hard to beat, but when we're down, we're really poor. But we've lost we've had a lot of people, a lot of turnover in personnel. We lost probably 10 or 11 players at the end of last year, including our best and fairest winner, runner-up best and fairest winner. We've managed to bring some new people into the club. It's taking them probably a little longer than what I'd hoped for them to get together and understand how one another play, and we've obviously brought in a new game plan, but I think we're heading in the right direction at the moment.
And it's never a quick rebuild, is it? Obviously, there's been so many positives, the name rebrand, you've got that new playing... How is that new playing group settling in? Because every club develops a culture and it can develop quite quickly. How have these new guys adapted to what seems to be like a much more positive culture?
Yeah, it's been a challenge, I must say, early days. We found that just little things that happen before training, after training, game day. We've had a lot of players that have been unavailable due to holidays and things like that, and it's been extremely frustrating. But the people that we've brought into the club, they're not only reasonable players, they're good people. They have high standards and morals, and they're trying to bring that. We've got a really young group, and credit must go to the outgoing coach. He blooded a lot of young kids, and we've got some talent. But it's been a challenge, but I think we're starting to win the battle, and hopefully we can maintain that and build on it.
And how much balance is there between the players bringing their own culture and their attitude, and say you as the coach and the other people, the trainers, the physios, the assistant coaches? How much is it balanced 50-50? The players have to bring it, the coaches have to bring it, or is it an all-round effort from everyone?
Yeah, it's an all-round effort. I think when I first come to the club, they're in the 4th year of a 5-year plan. Obviously, there's some things that the club do terrifically, both on and off field, and areas that we need to improve upon, and we're trying to work on that. And obviously, it takes time and personnel to put that in place, but I think we're slowly getting there.
I think one of the things that I've been most impressed about is the fact that while there's been inconsistency in your results, the fact that you are blooding a lot of kids, the fact that you are young, and the fact that you're patient is something that I think the club really needed over the last couple of years, because there's been a few times when there's been a bit of an attempt at a quick fix. That hasn't occurred, and it's really difficult at times in clubs, especially in 4th Division, where everyone's wanting to win, everyone's wanting to go forward. So I think you've gone about it the right way. Is that something that you've come to the club and said, look, this is where we're going to be maybe this year, but in 3 years' time I see us in a very different place?
Yeah, it was sort of a bit of a unique situation for me to get the role this year. They had appointed a coach, and then for work circumstances he had to leave, so I was appointed quite late in the piece. But I was really positive with when I met with the club, the direction and the future that they had, and the talented kids. So yeah, you're right. I'm as competitive as anyone. I want to win every game, but I'm a realist, and we have our ups and downs. We last week played a 16-year-old kid, which is probably unheard of for Fairpark for a number of years. I have 3 or 4 of the under 16 kids, or under 17 kids train with us because we don't have under 19. So we're trying to build our juniors up, maintain the kids that we've got, have a positive environment, try and have on-field success. Because if you don't win, unfortunately you'll find that some of the other clubs will pick your players, and we did that last year. We lost arguably our most two talented players that have gone, one's playing against us now, one's gone to a higher level. We had a lot of people leave the club, retirements and things like that, so it is a rebuild, but I think with the players that we've brought in and the talent that we have, and the support off field and the positive vibes, I guess, from the committee, I think we're slowly heading in the right direction.
All right, can you just tell us a little bit about, I'm presuming that Dadswell and Dulgiris came with you from the mountain, if I can say from the mountain. I know that's it makes it sound like you've come from a different planet. But we probably don't know a lot about them. Can you just give us, because I know they're good footballers and they've been playing some good football so far. Can you just give us a little bit about them?
Yeah, so a couple of years back at Belgrave, I had a wonderful time at Belgrave, and they're a terrific club, and I built some really strong relationships with people within the club. And when they heard that I was coming up here, they made contact with me and we had a discussion. And Jace Pegram, who was our captain at Belgrave and won the grand final 4 or 5 years ago, who's been at East Ringwood in recent years, he's come over to give us a hand. A guy by the name of Tom McNamara, who's figured prominently in recent weeks. He had a year off last year and he was sort of keen to get involved again. So Dadswell, my nephew, who's actually on holidays at the moment, he'll be back in a few weeks' time, but a couple of his close mates that have played in the Casey Football League or Seffinal Football League, they've come along, and they're kids that probably weren't going to cut the mustard at senior level just yet. So it's a good opportunity for them to get that senior experience here. So, but most importantly, if you bring the wrong people into the club, it can tear it down. So I think it's been really important that we've got people who want to be involved in the club. They've come for the right reasons. And we had a function the other night, and I think the blokes that enjoyed it the most were probably the new guys. So that sort of gives you a bit of a feel that they're embracing the club, embracing one another. And we may not get the results now, but give it a little bit of time, and I think we'll start to play more consistent footy and hopefully get better outcomes.
And as you said, you've lost Wanton and Murphy, and they've gone, and both very good footballers. Don't get me wrong, you've got Want, who's gone to a First Division club and playing pretty good football in a First Division club. So to lose that and then to develop and build the way you have, because in Fourth Division, if you lose two of your key footballers, you can drop away pretty considerably. That's one of the things that does happen in the division. So really, even though you're the competitive beast that you are, you're probably sitting back going, you know what, we're actually going okay, and today is so crucial for the progress as far as the ladder situation that we talk about, because these are the games you have to win home against a side that is fighting in that area of kind of in the area. They're the must-wins, aren't they?
Yeah, spot on. And I think what we've found in recent weeks, that if we come and we play good footy for 4 quarters, and I've seen that we are capable of it, like Don Vale, we played a really good brand of footy here, and they're obviously one of the stronger teams in the comp, and we won there, and Whitehorse were on top. So we know if we give effort for 4 quarters, and that's what we focus on at the moment. Don't get me wrong, we have our deficiencies. Our fitness probably isn't where it needs to be at. Our skill level at times is really frustrating. But if they can compete like they have been in recent weeks, we're going to be around the mark. And I think we'll be around the mark this week and in a few weeks' time, and when we play Forest Hill again in 4 weeks' time. So that's all I'm looking for at the moment. And I said to the guys, and you probably hear this from most coaches, but if they give effort for 4 quarters, I'm pretty happy with the outcome, whether we win or lose.
Well, Sean, you're doing a sensational job as the head coach of the Fairpark Football Club, so we do appreciate you joining us here on EFL Game Day, and all the very best this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Sean Stanton, the coach of the Fairpark Football Club. Chris McLagan from the Silvan Football Club, the president, to join us just shortly. But guys, it's great to hear about the the culture of the club that Sean's brought in, and all the players have brought in.
Oh, definitely. And I was going to say it on air, but I'd probably be a bit rude. But you can tell he hasn't coached for a long time because he's got no grey hair. So, yeah.
Well, an 18-round season is still long in a coach's mind. It's a pretty long time.
Davo, you've still got all your hair, and you've rode the coaching caper for a long time. Now, what's your secret?
Well, it's certainly not Grecian, I can tell you that. And it must be in the genes because, I can't understand how I still have all my hair. But look, it's so good. I really enjoy talking to coaches at the moment, especially guys who are new to the system, and even guys that are being reinvigorated, because it is a fantastic time in your life when you get that opportunity to coach. Look, it is intense, and you know that you're. One of the things I was talking before, there was someone said, life membership. I said, well, it's one thing as a coach, you'll never get is life membership of a club, because no one's going to keep you for 10 years. So you've got the limited time, but when you're in great competitions, it doesn't matter what club you're at. If you come with the right attitude and you've got the right idea about where the club wants to go, I suppose one of the things I've always looked at is if I can leave it better than what I took it on.
Yep.
Sometimes that's worked and sometimes it hasn't. Then you feel that you've had some success, and already Sean's turned up, and not that they were a basket case by any stage, but he's really developed, I think, a very good culture base, and he's got a bright future in this competition.
You can also see that enthusiasm as a coach as well. Davo, what's it like when you get your first gig at a club, and obviously the enthusiasm's up and about, and you just want to do everything in your power to make sure, as you mentioned, you leave the club in a better state than when you arrived?
Well, it's like you get there and you see this new group and you get them in the right way, and I suppose it's like you get a couple of wins and it's fantastic. You get a couple of losses and you're questioning yourself, have I done the right thing? Am I doing the right thing? A lot of it comes down to making sure that you have people around you that not so much think your way, but agree with the direction that you're trying to take. And I can remember I coached an amateur club, and I came in and they'd been in a preliminary final the year before, and in the Amos you just got to make a grand final and you go through to the next division, and they'd played in 3 prelims in 3 years and never gone up, and we played, and I brought in a brand new system, and we lost our first 3 games for the year, and I was really doubting whether I could actually coach. And a guy that had been at the club for 20 years came down and spoke to me. He said, you just got to be patient with the change and keep going. You're doing the right things. That's all I needed to hear. And we won 14 of the next 15 and made a grand final, which is what the club wanted. We drew the grand final, lost the replay, which, was one of those things back those days, but probably one of the greatest games I've ever been involved in coaching was a drawn grand final. But that's what you want. You need people around you that are really going to give you that really good advice at the right time. And I'm presuming Sean has got some good people come back to the club, and they're really giving him some good advice. And he doesn't seem to be under pressure with the performance. He's not a coach who's going, I'm worried about where I'm going. And that's a really important thing.
Well, David, that's why you're considered the best in the business in the special comments industry. Your insights from in the coach's box, having been there and done that's definitely valuable and very interesting to listen to. But 2 guests that are joining us at the moment on EFL Game Day, we're very lucky to be joined by Michael Schoon, the coach of the Silvan Football Club, and Chris McLagan, the president of the Silvan Football Club. Gents, welcome to Game Day.
Thanks, fellas.
Chris, starting with you, I just wanted to talk about, we were just chatting about cultures at the footy club, and Fairpark have brought in a new culture. You've been at Silvan for a fairly long time, and you would have seen quite a few shifts over the years in culture. What's the go down at Silvan? Do you guys look at that on a year-by-year basis, and how hard is it to maintain a strong culture that the Cats have?
Yeah, I mean, you do as a year-by-year, because it's the playing groups. As they turn over, a culture will change. I mean, a club sort of has its core values, I suppose, but the group we've got at the moment is a really good group. So our training, our functions, and all that sort of stuff's been great, and the behaviour, everyone's fantastic. So we just need a couple of wins, that's all. It's
a great community club, Silvan, isn't it? It's up the mountain. It's a bit out the way from your, I suppose, your Fair Parks and your East Burwoods and whatnot. But one of the things that I guess money can't buy is just that. We talk about culture and those people that come to the club and the good people that hang around, and their contributions are invaluable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're sort of lucky because it's still a genuine country football club, but we play in the Eastern District League, so it's a great comp to play in, and we still have the open fire and all that sort of stuff, and that feel of a country footy club. You still get that when you get up there. So we're in a unique situation, I suppose. Coldstream's a bit similar as well to us, but it's great. Every time a club comes up from the suburbs, they're blown away with the feel they get up there. So it's good. Yeah, we're lucky to have that.
It's one of the things that's great about local footy as well. Michael, turning our attention to you, obviously at the start of the year, what were the expectations for the Cats coming in? Division 4 is a very competitive division. As we know today, the Cats have got their work cut out against a Silvan side, a Fairpark side that certainly have no trouble scoring.
Yeah, the start of the year, our expectations probably exceeded where we're at the moment, and we were hopeful that we'd get out of the blocks. We had a lot of new players to the club. I think we had a win a couple of weeks ago, and and the circle on the inside was just as big as the circle on the outside, which was, I haven't really seen that before. But
so you guys are stuck with the Gatorade shower? There's a few AFL clubs that have done away with it.
I decided to analyse things a little bit longer after the game and go in there a little bit late. So I just missed it, unfortunately. Yeah, a lot of new numbers at the club, and I think it's one of those ones where if you can get out of the blocks all right and get a win on the board, then the boys sort of get up and about. Whereas we obviously we had Donvale first up in a night game, and it was a pretty blustery, windy old lightning strike storm that we had, I suppose, and Donvale had the dry footy and we had the wet one, so it wasn't a good start for us, and then it sort of went from there. But we haven't been able to really gel it together. The last 3 weeks we've probably got a little bit better as we've gone, defensively and offensively. But I mean, we need to score more goals to win games of footy, and so our ball use inside 50 hasn't been great. We've worked pretty hard on that, and so hopefully we can sort of turn it around today, and be the start of a big improvement for us.
Michael, wealth of experience. You haven't been to as many clubs as I have, so it's all right there. You're a few behind me yet, mate.
Yeah, I've had a few.
I know you've had a few. Don't worry about it. I've coached you in about 7 of them. How have you found coming back into the coaching ranks and coming to a club like Silvan and trying to develop the culture that you want going forward? How's that been for you? Are you really invigorated about that challenge that you've got?
Yeah, I am, and the club's supported everything that I've tried to bring in, and they've been fantastic through, obviously even several games we've lost, and but they haven't lost faith and support for me, which is good. It's a great footy club with a lot of, when you sort of get spoken to by the president, the vice president, interviewed, and the treasurer and the secretary, they've all played 350 games plus for a footy club. So to me, that was a big one that says, well, hang on, this must be a pretty good place to be, if these blokes are sticking around well and truly after their career and, putting in the work that they do. Unfortunately, we haven't really equalled, I think the playing group haven't quite put in the effort that those sort of people have. And if they can sort of turn that around and really start to pick up in, what they do off the field and their effort to do a few extra things, then for their footy, then we'll start to reap some benefits. So I think, as I said to them, that you sort of reap what you sow, and if we've worked hard, but then we dropped off a little bit as well. So that was disappointing. But you're just sort of moving forward. We're sort of trying to change things culturally a little bit for them too, where they can start to see, when they put in the effort, then they'll get the results. And we're not too bad, but we just got to keep working hard at it.
Coaching a side that's got the past coach playing in the team, and look, Murph's a great bloke, and he's been around a long time at clubs. Have you found that transition's been really helpful for you, knowing that you've got a player who's actually been in the coaching shoes, he knows what's going on, he understands the club culture? Has he been able to help you in that transition role?
Yeah, definitely. He's been a massive supporter. I mean, we spoke early days with that, and he's an on-field leader, and the boys all really respect and look up to him as they should. It's a fantastic career. Probably heading towards the twilight of it now. He's been great support, and his experience is invaluable, and it's and the same for him, sort of sticking around the footy club this year is also a part of because he loves the footy club. That's the main thing. Loves the blokes, loves the footy club, and wants to see it do well.
I just got one question about a player that I've seen in the past. I saw him play in the Ammos, and he was one of the best big men dominating forwards in the Ammos. Andrew Isadow.
Yep.
I notice he's come to the club this year. How's he settled in, and what sort of a role have you given him? Because, as I say, he's from Whitefriars, and he was a big, he was a bit like yourself, a big, strong marking forward. Yep. Is he playing that sort of a role here at the club?
Yeah, similar sort of role. He's settled in well. From sort of day dot, he's done everything. He's one that has done everything he can to better his footy, and that's what he wants to do. He's he's got plenty of good years left in him as well. Probably a slow start. He had done all the pre-season, and he has worked really hard, and he does take it. very, very seriously. So, but he probably didn't get the start of the year. The first 2 or 3 games, he struggled a little bit. Whether that's his first time of playing this sort of footy, the AFL, and he struggled a little bit to start with. But the last sort of he missed last week with an injury, but the previous 2 weeks before that, he was fantastic up forward. He's a strong body, and he did a little bit of pinch hitting in the ruck, and it's definitely a good target up forward.
Michael, we very early in the show we talked about four-quarter performances, especially for Fairpark. It applies to everyone, doesn't it? You've got to go out there and play the 4 quarters. What's it about you playing 4 quarters? If you go out there, even if the result isn't there, if the boys put in 4 quarters, that says a lot about them on field, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And that's probably where we've been a bit better the last couple of weeks. That we've probably had unfortunately, 10 to 15 minutes. Probably 6 or 7 minute blocks in the last 2 games where we've let ourselves down and just dropped off intensity and forward pressure and around the footy. And that's the other sides have kicked 3 or 4 goals quite quickly, so that's been quite disappointing. The other 3.5 quarters, we've been the better side.
But when you are out there, you can see you can see the wins the win that you've had this season. Some of the other results, there has been belief out there, hasn't there, for a lot of the most of the games.
There is. Look, you hope that not too many of them are sort of scarred from the last couple of years and not winning a lot. So whether they've sort of dropped off a little bit mentally in terms of believing whether they can actually win the game or not when it's in the balance. So there's probably something when it is in the balance we haven't really been able to put the foot down and kick away 2 or 3 goals. We've sort of kept them in there, and we've sort of scratched our way to being a goal up, and then if you drop off for 7 or 8 minutes, well, there's 3 or 4 goals the other way, and we all know what happens from there. But
Chris, you're working absolutely feverishly. In the record, you're listed as the under-19s coach at the Silvan Footy Club. You've also got the AFL umpire escort bib on there. You're also, believe it or not, the president of the Silvan Footy Club. So you must absolutely love the club, and you're embedded into the club, and no job's too big or too small for you on game day. Yeah,
well, that's an old under-19s team. We don't have them at the moment. This is our second year without them. Hopefully next year we'll get them back up and running. But yeah, I mean, I've been there for a long, long time. Spent a long time at Mitcham as well. Played on my junior footy at Mitcham, and so actually 2 really good clubs that I've been involved with. But my sort of heart ended up at Silvan and been there ever since. But then you fall into, I retired on purpose. So I became president, so I had to retire, so I couldn't play anymore. even though Luke's out there running around in the 2, so they've got him playing. But now all of a sudden, 7 years later, I'm still president. So the time flies, it really does. But we have a really good committee, good vice president, good strong off field at the moment. It's going really well. Last year was a good group as well. So I mean, the help, you always want more help, but I push everyone on home games. I push everyone to do things. So on away games, I don't mind doing the umpiring escort. It's quite easy.
And speaking of home games, next weekend's a huge weekend for the club. The Ladies' Day function, it is sold out.
It's sold out.
It's a big day at home.
Yeah, about 84 ladies I think they've got, they've actually got a waiting list to it. So that's been getting bigger every year. And this year, and the ladies do really enjoy it. It's good to give a little bit back to those guys, and then we're going to run off the canteen. I don't know how the boys are going to go doing all that sort of stuff next week, but we'll get through somehow.
There's a fair bit of money being raised for some very worthy causes on the day too.
Yeah, they're raising some money. Actually, who are they? What are they? I actually haven't seen that today.
It is for charity.
Well, basically, what I do is let the women take over and just do it. It's like when you get married, you need to let her do everything, because otherwise you're going to get in trouble. So I don't put my 2 cents in anywhere, and I don't get yelled at.
Sage advice there from the president of the Silvan Football Club. Gents, we do thank you for joining us here on EFL Game Day. Michael Scoon, the coach of the Silvan Football Club, and Chris McLagan, the president of the Silvan Football Club. All the very best for this afternoon.
No worries. Thanks very much, fellas.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Chris McLagan and Michael Scoon there. Gents, what we might do is we'll jump into previewing the next few games in Division 4. Nunawading taking on the Whitehorse Pioneers. This is a huge clash for Nunawading, of course. They've been on 7 News this week, a fair bit of publicity around the club. The word is, I haven't received an official word, but Dipper might have been running around in the reserves this morning or right now for the Lions, but Whitehorse Pioneers as well. They're not going to be any pushovers this afternoon after a strong win over Donvale last week, and none other than Anthony Koutafides will be donning the Lions Guernsey this afternoon for Nunawading, so hopefully he can put in a 1999 preliminary final against Essendon performance there and get the Lions over the line.
Well, look, it's fantastic for the club. Look, I've got a massive soft spot for Nunawading, having coached there for a number of years, and they used to really do it pretty tough. And really impressed with the way they've gone about it, and they are improving, even though the scoreboard says, they're still getting beaten by a fair bit. They're going about it the right way. They haven't got the money to bring in lots of players, but they're bringing in the right sort of person, and that's very, very important. Dipper playing. Well, let's just say I played my first senior game against Dipper when he was playing for North Kew.
Really?
So if he's still playing, I'm going, oh my goodness
Davo,
gracious.
could you see yourself getting out and in the reserves at this game right in front of us and donning the Guernsey and having an impact?
I can't see any clothing manufacturer that could find clothes big enough to actually fit me to go out there. So, no, I look at he's an enormous player, Dipper, and personality, and does a lot for the community. And my hat goes off to him, because if he gets out there and plays, but is it at Nuttawading?
It is at Nuttawading.
That's okay, because he doesn't have to run too far when he's at Nuttawading. It's a postage stamp for a reason. So maybe I could have stood in the forward pocket there, because you wouldn't have to go very far. But no, it's great to see him. Unfortunately, Whitehall's going really well this year, and I think they're looking for a percentage booster, and they will go out there trying to make sure that they can do so.
I love what Whitehall's have been able to do over the last couple of years in Division 4. They're almost down and out a couple of years ago, 2015. This is probably the season that I've been most impressed with them since then. They've had the wins on the board. There's a renewed culture about the club, and they really enjoy playing their footy, and it's showing on the scoreboard and on the ladder too, because they're up there right now in the top 4.
Oh look, they've gone about it the right way, because they haven't had the cash. They haven't been able to go out and recruit big players, so they decided to go with the kids from the junior club, and that takes a while. Their 19s have been really progressive the last couple of years. They've brought them in, and they've gone to the right areas in the amateurs to bring some boys in from the Amos. So they've got a really good way of going about it, and they've been super impressive. And it's an interesting thing with Whitehorse. When they're playing well, you go through their past years when they've won flags, they've won them easy. They've gone through nearly undefeated in a couple of years and won flags. When they're not going well, they go really poor, but when they go well, they go really well. So, you can do no more than win 5, lose 1 at the moment. So they're going well.
Yeah, they certainly are. And one man that's come in, a young kid, Andrew Padbury up forward. He's kicking goals week in, week out. And we've talked about this before, but they're the sort of players that Whitehorse want to hang on to, because they are in that area where you've got Blackburn down the road, to an extent Vermont, you've also got Nuttawading, you've got all these clubs in the one area, and so player retention has been a problem.
It has been, and they've had a couple of really talented young kids who have been snapped up by clubs recently, which has hurt. But your Maverick Gleed and McDougall and these boys have stayed around.
Yeah.
And that's all credit to them. You think about, they had Fiorenza, whose superstar played for them. They've had a number of really good footballers that played for them that left and have gone to other clubs. So when you think about what they're doing, I really enjoy and like the way they're gone about it and building this new culture.
Whitehorse Pioneers for mine this afternoon as well. The next game in Division 4 is Forest Hill taking on Surrey Park. Now, Forest Hill had a very strong win against Kilsyth last weekend. It was a game that a lot of people saw as a flip of the coin, but to come away 80-point winners, they've got to be happy with that.
Definitely 2 sides that won last week, so that's an interesting one. I think this is the crunch game for Surrey Park. They lose this, and if other games go the way they could be 3 games out of the 4. Carnelli comes back in for Forest Hill. While he hasn't been playing great, he loves playing against Surrey Park. They've not had the big body that's been able to stop him in the past, and they've used Paolini in that role. Paolini's out, so that helps them. Gibbons is out for Forest Hill, which doesn't help. Bit of a toss of the coin. I'm going Forest Hill, but not with a lot of confidence.
Well, it is at what is a pretty much postage stamp at Forest Hill Reserve, but I just went back and had a look over the results. Surrey Park did have a big win against Nuttawading, but won the game against Silvan, and then the week before against Fairpark. So yeah, it's both ways, but Forest Hill know how to play their small ground. So I think if they get a few, once they get a few on the board, and if they run away with it, it's the Zebras game, home and host.
Why is it that when it comes to a tip in a Forest Hill game, I'm always within arm's length of Alana Coleman, who's just wandered into the caravan. Last night on the huddle, I had no choice but to tip Forest Hill. So this afternoon, no choice but to tip Forest Hill. So the next, moving our attention on to Division 3, of course, and a big game happening out there at Chirnside Park. They are taking on Park Orchards, who have done great things so far this season. It shapes as a huge clash for the Sharks and really set up, I suppose, the rest of their season with a win today.
I think it's one of the key games in third division. Chirnside need to win, as you said, to keep in touch. Park Orchards need to win to continue being in that area that they need to be in that top three. Tyndall and Gover come in for Chirnside, which are two big ins for them, two key position players. However, I think it's Park Orchard's ability to run and carry, which probably may get them over the line, and they don't fear travelling. And Chirnside haven't really used their home ground advantage to their advantage this year, so I'm tipping Park Orchards to win this one.
And Park Orchards are coming off a massive win against East Burwood, and no matter who the side is the last week, coming off a big win like that, there's so much momentum going in for Park Orchards, as you said, Davo.
Oh, without a doubt, and they play some really good football. They've had some ordinary losses too, and some surprising losses, but they're third for a reason, and they'll need to win to stay there, and I think that's what they'll do today.
And speaking of East Burwood, the Basin hosting the Rams this afternoon. East Burwood have been, I suppose, down and out so far this season. Park Orchards touched them up to the tune of about 83 points last weekend, so that was a huge loss for them. The Basin are building a bit of momentum, of course, and they've got a big weekend coming up in a fortnight's time when none other than Barry Hall will be fronting up to no doubt kick a few goals against Heathmont. Big game for the Bears today. Yes,
and Basin at home are a different football side. We spoke about that last week, even though they got rolled. Kruger and Callanan come in to the Basin, massive in, especially Kruger. Henshaw goes out of East Burwood, massive out for East Burwood. They're just not, they're trying really hard and they're getting close, they're just not getting over the line. I can't see them getting over the line against the Basin today.
No, not at home.
The next game in Division 3 is South Belgrave taking on Scoresby. Now, these two clubs took arguably the two biggest upsets last weekend. South Belgrave, of course, getting over Chirnside Park, and Scoresby, what an impressive result there, getting over Heathmont, who were undefeated going into that match. So Scoresby are doing things beautifully at the moment and somewhat flying under the radar.
Yeah, I'm going for Scoresby today. Purely because Benbow's out for South Belgrave and he's a big out. A good footballer, medalist, can play really good in and under football and class as well. And even though South Belgrave have come off a fantastic win, I think Scoresby are building the right sort of culture and they've got a few wins under their belt. Heading in the right direction. I think they'll get over the line.
And for me, the win over Heathmont. Heathmont are pretty well known in Division 3. They do get the results done, and that's a big win for them, as you said. Scoresby are going the right way. They surprised me as well, and it's been pleasing to see that even though they might have come down here, they are getting some very good results on the board.
Scoresby for mine as well. Ferntree Gully taking on Templestowe. This is a huge clash. I know there's a few of us who are favouring Ferntree Gully heading into this one.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tip Ferntree Gully for a couple of reasons. Tempe have made a huge amount of changes, 8. I think both the Baines are out, but they bring Fiorenzo Contreras back into the side, so that's some good ins. I just think Ferntree Gully are heading again in the right direction. They've got their feet now in the division. They've worked out the way that they need to be able to play their football. They know that they have to win this game to stay within touch of that top 5 or cement themselves in the top 5. And if games roll the way they could be a game clear. And that's really important. I think at home, they play their ground very, very well. I think they might be a bit too good for Templestowe today.
Warrandyte taking on Ringwood. Now, the Redbacks, have they finally found their mojo in season 2017? Have things finally clicked? Well, the result from last weekend, Ringwood getting over Baronia, there's a massive result there. To go out to Tormore Reserve and take the points the way they did, they'll go into today against Warrandyte red-hot favourites.
I'm agreeing with that, and I saw Ringwood back on the 22nd of April when they unfortunately lost to Heathmont, and Heathmont got over the top of them sort of in the second half, so they've built up again. You're looking at the last 3 weeks. Ringwood scored 25 scoring shots last week, 17 of those goals. The weekend before, 30 scoring shots, 15 of those goals. So they really do have something building up, and that's what's pleased me about Ringwood so much after I saw them go down to Heathmont. But Warrandyte are a bit up and down for me of late. So Ringwood, if they get on top, Ringwood will do really well out there.
Yeah, look, I think Ringwood will win it. Warrandyte have got Dunn back in. That's a huge help because he's a quality goal kicker and plays that ground well. Ringwood have got a number of changes to their team, but they've brought back some experience in Michael King, ex-captain. So I think that they have changed
Now it's time to go local for your footy.
And so I think it'll be really good for a good win for Ringwood because Warrandyte are really struggling.
Heathmont and Baronia, the match of the round in Division 3, without a doubt. Both sides really needing to bounce back. Baronia, as we just spoke about, fell to Ringwood last week, and Heathmont were overran by Scoresby, of course. Real toss of a coin this game, and I think by 5 p.m. this afternoon we'll know a lot about who is the real deal in Division 3.
I agree 100%. It's not often you get 1v4 and both teams coming off losses. It's an unusual mix, but they both need to stand up and perform today. I'm tipping Heathmont purely because Sparrell's come into the side, very good footballer. I think he adds that X factor to the team, and they'll be really smarting. And Joel Caldwell, he would be really angry after last week's loss, and he'll have them ready to come out firing this week, and I think they might be too good for Baronia.
I agree, and I remember Joel talking a few weeks ago at that game against Ringwood. He was impressed with how they came back, and hopefully they can show that again because losing to Scoresby, Heathmont will be smarting pretty well.
I'm tipping this one to go right down to the wire. I'm going to go with the Jets by probably a kick, just under a kick. I think it's going to be a huge clash out there at H.E. Parker Reserve. We're going to go to a quick break here on EFL Game Day. When we come back, all the action previewed from Division 1 and Division 2 in the Bendigo Bank Eastern Football League.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
Up the Mitcham Tigers!
Calm the Burners.
Let's go, Panthers.
What a mark! Let's go, doggies.
Tobin Brothers Funeral, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles and much, much more. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it local across the Eastern Football League. For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A, for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Up the doggies.
Go the Bloods.
Great goal, Devils. Can the Valers.
Tobin Brothers Funeral, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Yes, great to have your company out here at Fairpark Reserve. The match of the round here in Division 4. Fairpark taking on the Silvan Football Club. Joined by Brett Davidson and Davis Harrigan here on pre-match. Now, gents, we're going to jump into Division 2 now because there's some huge clashes happening. Mooroolbark are taking on Knox. Now, Knox, many people might believe, I think, Davis, you were out there. That
Indeed I was. That was a very tight game in that last 5 minutes. Last week against the Liddell.
Yeah, Knox, for mine, they might have gotten out of jail last weekend, but good sides, they find a way to win, don't they? And particularly in the clutch moments of games. And they're coming up against Mooroolbark, who are a very hard side out there at Heights Reserve, particularly with, I guess, coming into winter. It begins to become a heavy track, and it takes its toll on visiting clubs, no doubt.
Oh, look, it's a difficult ground to play on. It's got its width and it's... yeah, they play it very, very well. I'm tipping Mooroolbark, and only for the reason that they've got 3 big outs at Knox. Plostons, who's been very good for them this year, underrated, very good. Luke Williams, genuine superstar of the competition, is out again this week, and Ailo's out. So I think they're 3 big outs for Knox, and while they've been winning, they haven't been winning convincingly the last couple of weeks, so I think this might be the game that they might just drop, so I'm tipping Mooroolbark.
Well, I'm going to bring that up. Luke Williams was a big body for Knox last week, when the Liddell was coming up, and that was a very interesting finish that last 10 minutes, but you are right. Knox, it was only 8 points. It was a very close game, so Mooroolbark definitely out at their home ground can 100% do it, so I'm going Mooroolbark.
Knox seem like they are due for a loss, as you mentioned, Davo. They haven't been convincing in the last couple of weeks, but on the flip side, they have found a way when the game is in the clinches. But Mooroolbark, they're a very hard side to beat, and tell you what, Talevski coming back last week and booting a bag, he might be a handful. And Knox with, I guess, those 3 outs. They're players you can't exactly replace overnight either.
Oh, especially Williams. You don't win a Chandler 1 medal without being able to play football in a team that wasn't going well. He's able to do that. His ability to play ruck, play key position, but then play on ball. He's tough. He takes marks. He's smart. He's a complete footballer, and he really is a general for them. And having him out really does hurt them, and you can't replace him. Having said that, they won 2 weeks ago without him, which was a great win. But I think Plostons has also been a really handy player down back for them. I reckon losing him, and as you say, Talevski coming in, being there again, I just think Mooroolbark might just be able to get over the line.
The next game in Division 2 is Croydon taking on Upper Ferntree Gully, and if any side's riding the wave of momentum at the moment, it is definitely the Kings. Big win over Mulgrave last weekend, and before the senior interleague break, they had a rousing win over Wanturna South by 3 points out there at Walker Reserve. I'm backing the Kings today to make it 3 in a row, and they definitely belong in Division 2.
Oh, they definitely do. And we were just looking at it last week. 34 scoring shots as well. 19, 15, 129. There's so much going for them. And on the flip side, Croydon went out in a thriller against the Waverley Blues based on some of the tweets that I was reading. And then the week before, they unfortunately got beaten by Mitcham. I was out at that game, and it's been fits and spurts from Croydon. So the Kings can definitely take them at home.
Well, I agree. I think Kings will win it, but the key is Croydon lose. Their season's just about shot. They have to win today, whereas Upper Gully, if they win, they push themselves back into that chance of fighting for that 4th spot. So it's a huge game in both situations. Croydon, they have to win, otherwise they're in deep trouble. I don't think they've got enough talent at the moment. I think Upper Gully will win.
And Croydon's best score for the season, 11-24-90 on the 29th of April. They haven't cracked the ton yet either, so it's a big one as well.
Speaking of teams needing a win, gee, what an understatement. Wanturna South travelling out to Mulgrave this afternoon. Dave, I know we were talking off air that you might have already written off Wanturna South for the season. A win today wouldn't convince you the other way?
It puts them back in the mix, kind of, but gee whiz, it's just really... Look, they got some good players back in. Waller comes in, he adds some real depth to their half-back line. Manson comes in in the ruck, is a key. Papa comes in, also a key for them. But they've got to get this win, because if they lose, they're 3 games out. And, at this time of the year, 3 games out's pretty hard ask. Mulgrave, Knowles comes into the team, really classy running player. I think Mulgrave might, especially out there, it's a tough ground out there to play. I think they might just have enough, but it's crucial for both of them. To stay within touch.
Agreed, and I'm just running my eye over the results again. Wanturna South want this, Mulgrave want this as well. Mulgrave got the touch up by the Kings last week, so it's both to play for. A win for either side just gives them just a little bit of a role that they want.
2 sides that I think will be fighting out for that, 4th position or 3rd position this season in Division 2 is Mitcham and Lilydale. They meet this afternoon, and if Wanturna South fail to win, you can almost rule them out of that. But the possibility remains alive that they could almost be fighting it out with Mitcham and Lilydale. We saw Mitcham play last weekend, and I guess Doncaster East's strength against the Tigers was that they had more players willing to stand up for longer and kick more goals. Obviously, you had players kicking 3, 4, bags of 2 as well. Mitcham need to find that player if they're going to get over Lilydale today.
And I was out at the Lilydale game last week, which is a beautiful ground, by the way. Lilydale kept with Knox most of the time. The margin never blew out too much, but what Lilydale just kept fighting and fighting, and that's what they were able to do really well last week. And even though the result was only 8 points, it didn't reflect just how determined Lilydale were to try and win that football in the last 10 minutes. I actually think Lilydale could actually beat Mitcham out at Walker Park,
I'm tipping Lilydale purely because of what I saw last week, and that's Mitcham's inability to change up and have a plan B. They just didn't have a plan B last week. They didn't have the forwards that were able to kick them the goals, and they got hurt with anybody that had some height. And Donny East had some height that really dominated the game. Lilydale have got a bit of height. They're able to, if they can use that, then they're going to be dangerous. I don't think Walker Park will bother Lilydale, even though Mitcham played extremely well. I'm tipping Lilydale to cement themselves in that top 3 in that division.
Speaking of Doncaster East, they take on the Waverley Blues this afternoon. Waverley Blues, of course, now led by interim coach Scott Hunter, who had his first win of the season last weekend against Croydon by 2 points. It's very hard not to tip Doncaster East, though, isn't it? They haven't done a lot wrong this season, and they're yet to give us a reason not to tip them.
Oh, without a doubt, and we were really impressed with their recruits last week, who just, quality players that were able to take a game by the scruff of the neck and really changed a game of football that looked like was getting away from them early. Waverley Blues, great win last week, but look, they are pushing uphill a little bit, so I think Donny East are going to be a little bit too strong.
Yeah, they're not an easy side to beat out there, and they've always just been in and around there for the last 2-3 years, as some of last week's coverage actually plays on our screen here in the caravan out at Fairpark.
Moving on to Division 1 now, and there's some absolutely corking games this afternoon. Doncaster taking on Blackburn. Now, Davo, we've seen Doncaster play already once this year, and they methodically, line by line, they're just players that get the job done, aren't they?
Oh, I love them. I love watching the way they go about it. I love the way they're being coached. It's nice to know that you've got this side that really understands the structures correctly. They play... They don't get ruffled in games of football, and that's something that's really important in this division. This is a cracking game because you've got Blackburn, who I think are brilliantly coached as well. They've got some great recruits. It's at Doncaster, which is kind of like giving me that little bit of a lean towards Doncaster. Ramboldi comes in, who's a quality young mid for Doncaster. I'm tipping them, but not because I think Blackburn aren't that good. I just think they might get over the line, but this could go either way, and I reckon it'll be a great game to watch.
From a Blackburn perspective, because I do live next to the ground, it's nice to be. Well, after 4 years of following them, I do have a little bit of an inkling towards them on a bias. Blackburn's only dropped one game for the season, I believe, and that was against South Croydon. They've got their work cut out from them straight away. They do have a very strong side across the board and had a very good win against Bayswater last week, but out at Shrams Reserve, they are going to have to work for it from the very first minute. So it's Doncaster for me, but I think if Blackburn do get up, they could just give Doncaster a little run for it.
Definitely going to be a flip of the coin. Blackburn, of course, defeating Bayswater last round by 14 points, and I've since heard that Blackburn had about 8 of their best players out. Now, whether that was maybe refreshing after the interleague, or they didn't play in interleague, any of them, but 2 weeks off in what is a very long season, that could be of huge benefit to the Burners team, and they could come out this afternoon and make a statement. Having said that, I'm going to go with Doncaster by just under a kick.
I'm looking at that too. But what's impressed me so much about the Burners is they were, that again, I think I've said it, that early start last year just hurt them with so many injuries, and they've just picked it up so well now. So there's so much momentum and morale going for them. It's a very positive culture out there at the moment.
Big match happening out at East Ringwood this afternoon. A huge day for the East Ringwood Footy Club. Matt Whitty plays his 300th game, and absolutely a brilliant clubman and an even better person. Plays his 300th game for the Roos, and they're coming up against a Norwood side who might have just flicked the switch in season 2017.
Oh, look, you'd love them to win for Matt. He was the cheekiest year 8 that I probably taught. But you know what? He's a quality bloke, absolutely quality bloke, and he's done a lot of good things for the AFL in the clubs that he's been at over the years. And as you say, he's got his good mate Marcus Bazuglo as the coach. You really like them to get up for him, but you're right. I think Norwood just flicked the switch last week. Their interleague players are in form, so I probably think Norwood will get over the line, but my heart says I'd love to see East Ringwood get up, but I think Norwood will.
Yeah, well, 300 games for a club and pretty special, but yeah, I think Norwood will do it. East Ringwood are coming off the back of a 97-point defeat to Balwyn. Look, they know their home ground well. It's not the biggest of all, and I remember watching the same game last year. It wasn't a big win. I'll be honest, I can't remember who won, but it was a pretty tight game. So I expect something, but I think Norwood will get the points there.
Make sure you pick up your copy of the Eastern Footballer this round as well. There's an absolutely cracking feature on Matt Whitty playing his 300th game. I wonder who wrote that, but it's a good insight into a guy with determination. In the 04-05 seasons, he almost very nearly gave the game up due to a few injuries, and Wade Porter actually was pivotal in him continuing to play. So he wants to play on as long as he can, Matt Whitty, and good on him too. He's a fantastic player. The next game we're going to jump into is Vermont taking on Noble Park, arguably the match of the round in Division 1. Vermont are undefeated. Noble Park, though, flying under the radar very nicely.
Yeah, I'm going to go for Vermont purely because I think they play their ground so well. They're on top. They're going along nicely. Noble Park going along nicely. Both teams coming off a win. Ben Giobbi's back in, which is a big in for Noble, but I think Vermont might have that little bit too much class and might get over the line.
Vermont are so consistent at their home ground at the Vermont Rec Reserve, which is always a nice one to watch. So I think Vermont will get the points, but Noble Park certainly on the up and up in 2017.
Vermont to get the win, in my view, as well. Bayswater taking on Rowville. Now, these two clubs renew acquaintances after about 6 years, and there's a fair bit of history between the two. It should be a fiery encounter.
Definitely. This is... I'm going for Bayswater. I'm going for win number 1 this year. I think Rowville have just not... They're running on 3 cylinders at the moment. They just can't seem to get their act together for long enough. Baysy got close last week. The only doubt is that Bryce Galvin's out. That's a big out for them. Big out for them. But I still think that they might get over the line. Having said that, Rowville have got 6 out, so they've made a few changes. I think they've made enforced changes by some omissions. because they need to change it up. But I'm just going for Bayswater to get over the line just because, and if they do, Roeville can forget about finals.
Yeah, I'm going Bayswater as well. Then again, it's one of those cases knowing the home ground well, and they do have quite a lot going for them. Some of the results might not have gone their way, but they certainly, when they have been able to get on, they have impressed very, very well.
Today could be the day that Bayswater break their duck in Division 1. I'm going to go with the Waters as well. Montrose taking on South Croydon. Now, South Croydon, of course, fell victim to Vermont last weekend by about 40 points. Jake Best for Vermont booted 7 of the best goals you'll see. So it's going to be tough for the Demons out there at their home ground. I'm tipping South Croydon in this one to get this one done pretty comfortably.
Yeah, South Croydon for me, quality side, really recruited well. Rosier comes in for them. Fraser Pope comes in for Montrose, which is a good in for them. And they're trying really hard, and they're working with a young side that's lost a lot of quality players. I just think South Croydon will be too strong.
Yeah, and I'm just going back over the results again. South Croydon, a couple of tons there as well. Montrose again on the up and down, but South Croydon will have wanted that win against Vermont last week, so I'm going to pick South Croydon, although I think it could be within a couple of kicks.
Last but not least in Division 1, North Ringwood at Quamby Reserve hosting Balwyn. Now, Balwyn are a side that we talk about sides finding a little bit of time to find their groove in the new season. Now, Balwyn could be one of those sides. They're coming off a strong win last weekend against East Ringwood. Could today be the day that Balwyn once again gets the chocolates?
No, I'm going for North Ringwood. I'm going out there. I'm saying North Ringwood will beat Balwyn today. Ralph and Van Oonen come into the side, which is Whelan's out, which is a big out. And De Soyser and Meeson come in for Balwyn, which are two big ins for them. North Ringwood, that's a ground you just don't want to go to. You just don't want to go out to Quamby. And I tell you what, if they get a little bit of water, if they haven't already watered the ground overnight, they're well known. They're a Moorabbin type.
Clubs do that deliberately, do they?
They're a Moorabbin type. There's been water on that ground, and there's been a drought in the rest of Victoria, I can tell you what. But they play it well, and I've just got that feeling that I think North Ringwood might get over the line.
And I think we talk about it in the EFL media team, every time the name North Ringwood comes up, and especially if it's a Quamby, you don't want to go out there and you don't want to lose. So I'm going to say North Ringwood but if Balwyn get up, I'm not surprised.
I'm going to go against the flow here, guys. I might look like a genius by 5 o'clock, or I might look like an absolute dill. I'm going to go with Balwyn. Now, we're going to take a quick break here on EFL Game Day. When we come back, all the action here from Fairpark Reserve. Fairpark taking on Silvan.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. a1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Go Zebras! Can the Dockers!
Can the Eagles!
Up the Bulls!
Tobin Brothers Funeral, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Don't miss the
Program
fast-paced
sponsor.
action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au. For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern.
Hey man.
Yeah, man.
I've got some weekend goals.
Like what?
First, wake up around lunchtime.
Oh, yeah.
Second, go into Pancake Parlour and get one of their traditional breakfasts because it's served till 5 p.m. every day.
Oh, you got to go to Pancake Parlour for your weekend goals. Yeah, what else?
And then when I'm all full,
Yeah, like in your belly.
just sit on the couch and watch me team kick some winning goals.
Bang!
Goal! Oh, Pancake Parlour's weekend goals.
Up and about and lovely.
Program sponsor.
Welcome out to Fairpark for the big Division 4 clash today between Fairpark and the Silvan Football Club. My name is Ben Warren-Smith. Great job by Daniel Sensick and the team in the pre-match show today. And both teams have come out onto the ground now, and so they're just going through their warm-ups, and we're really looking forward to watching Division 4, and we're hoping to see a good Division 4 class of football today. We know at certain times it can be quite scrappy here and there when you look at the sides that aren't currently in the top 5, but we've decided to come out here. We believe it's going to be a close game today, and let's hope that the boys can put on a really good show. Plenty of great games as you go local for your football this afternoon, right across the eastern suburbs as we get our effects mic all happening there. It's back to normality, which is great to see. But Davo, this game today, it's you just don't know with Division 4 this year, do you? It's a funny one because the Eastern Lions, they've had some cracking wins against Donvale and Whitehorse, but then they've also been towed up a few times, whereas Silvan themselves, they've been right in some games and probably just fallen short, but certainly been playing competitive football as well.
Yeah, look, we spoke to both coaches, and they both said the same thing, that they're a little bit unsure themselves as to which one of their teams is going to turn up today, but I suppose you look at the home ground advantage that Fairpark have got. I think it's quite a big one. It's an unusual ground to play. I like the fact that Peagram's there. He's a big forward, a big key forward for them. Murphy out for Silvan's a huge out, even though he's not the Murphy of old. And I was talking beforehand that I think he was in the 2001 Interleague team that I coached. So we're talking about a few years ago now. But the guys are quality football and a real handy forward. Having him out's going to hurt him. I just think that Fairpark are going to get up over the line today, but not a massive amount of confidence. And it'll be interesting just to see the way both teams play and structure up.
Great to be sitting alongside the queen of the EFL media team as well this afternoon.
It definitely is a rose between the thorns, isn't it, here?
There's absolutely no doubt about that. Alana Coleman, special comments today, a Division 4 specialist. Welcome to EFL Game Day.
Thank you very much. Certainly feeling the love today, gentlemen. Thank you. Really looking forward to being here. I should say I did accidentally veer off to the wrong ground on my autopilot Saturday towards Fraser Place, and then realised, no, you've got to come to Fairpark Reserve. So here I am, and I'm really looking forward to it. So Murphy is a huge out though. I watched him play against Silvan the other week, against Coldstream the other week, and they will miss him today. And
your tip in today's game, Alana?
Well, it depends on which Fairpark's coming out to play. If the good Fairpark that has knocked off a few scalps comes out to play, I think they're going to win convincingly. But if it's not, then I think we're in for a real arm wrestle today.
Get excited, the game is about to get underway. That's not good England, is it? So let's get ready for the bounce. Great to see in the goal square to the left of screen, big Graham Banks, 200 games as an EFL goal umpire, fantastic stuff. The umpire holds the ball aloft, and we are all set in the first term. Going up, getting the nice knockdown there was Hurd for the Eastern Lions. Diving on top of it to Graff, couldn't get boot to ball. Kick up towards the half-forward line, overrunning it that time was Fitness. And then the Silvan side now switch it across. So right through the middle of the ground they go now as a long looping kick. It was dropped it by Smith at the crucial stage there for the Eastern Lions. Still across centre half forward though for Silvan. Ball coming deep in towards the forward arc now for Silvan, trickling towards the boundary line and eventually goes over. Silvan players asking for deliberate out of bounds. The umpire not interested in that one. Cross down boundary side shortly to our boundary riders this afternoon. Tim and Davis get a ground update. Umpire throws the ball in. Nicely done there by Spooner at the fall. The ball there, Rowe was in, got the little handball away. That's okay, got it towards the skipper, Jones, who was trying to barge his way through but couldn't break the tackle, and the umpire will bounce it about 25 metres out from the Silvan goal line.
Yeah, Jones has already been quite lively, hasn't he? In for a few touches nice and early. I think he's going to be crucial to this game today.
Really deep now. Top of the goal square there, a little quick kick by Jansen. Only got a toe poker on it. Diving over the football there was Knight for Silvan, and will have a bounce about 25 metres out from the Silvan goal line. So a lot of players around the football at this stage. gone 1.5 minutes here in the first term. A big knock that time there by Hurd. Got it away. Mercer's kick was smothered. Diving on the pill there was Aaron Rowe for the Cats, and we'll have another bounce.
There has to be 20 players around this football at the moment. It's very congested down there in the Silvan forward line.
High throws it up again. Like you said, it's very difficult for anyone to get a clear disposal. Knight tried to barge his way through. Probably could have been pinged for holding the football there, but the umpire said it was okay. Speaking of holding the football, Guglielmi got dispossessed, and now it's the Eastern Lions to run it away through. Nathan Smith on the right boot kicks it up towards the wing position where Bailey was leading out on a strong lead. The kick couldn't hit the target, and over she goes. True centre wing position here out at Fairpark.
Who do you think this kind of congested football would be favouring, Davo?
I think it favours Silvan, to be honest. The way they like this in tight stuff, but I think Fairpark will want to try and get it out and run a little bit more if they could.
Rowe had the front spot there for Fairpark up towards the half-forward line, nearly pulling it in that time. There was Bailey. The big man goes after it again. He did really well. Got the handball back. They've got a few numbers here, Fairpark. Eddie now, his kick was spotted right in front of Leroy Green on the camera, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Gareth Bailey's been a very good footballer for a number of years. Quality forward, so they really need to be able to go through him today.
So creeping up towards the half-forward line for Fairpark. Over the back there, Hurd got a little knock on it, went after it again. That was pretty good play there. Dadswell got a boot to ball, but he went in the wrong direction in that sense, and now the ball's bouncing. It might sit up okay here for Jansen. Got a little toe poke up across the half-forward line. Smith did well, though, for the Lions. Got the handball away. Quick kick inside forward 50, though, by Jansen to the top of the goal square. And, well, when you play in front and the ball comes your way, you more often than not, you're going to take the mark, and it was a strong one there by Andrew Dow.
This is the boy that I was talking about beforehand to Michael Schoon. He played at Whitefriars for a number of years, and big, tall forward, generally a very good kick.
And he doesn't disappoint either, Davo. Straight over the goal umpire's head that goes, and the two-finger salute from Banksy sees the first major of the day go to the Silvan Football Club. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 4 minutes into the first term, and he's 1 straight 6. Silvan, Fairpark need to get to score.
That was just a classic case of just, get it forward as quickly as you possibly can. And if you're a forward and you're kicking with the breeze, you've got to play in front. There's none of this playing from behind and hoping that it goes over the back. You've got to play in front, because if it does go over the back, you're turning your defender around. So he played in front, ball dropped short, good mark, nice kick. He's a dangerous forward when he gets going, Andrew. He's you'll find he's also a very good mark overhead.
He most certainly is. You'd be hoping that maybe Fairpark could drop someone back to try and cut off that space, which is what they did really effectively in the Coltrane Silvan game that I watched, and the bigger ground probably didn't suit Dow either, so hopefully today he's in for a big one.
Grant Campbell, welcome to the broadcast. Thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats.
Yeah, just noticed that Silvan in their last 24 games haven't kicked 100 points. What kind of score do you think they need to kick today if they're going to win?
Over 100 points. Is that a fairly good call? Because if that's the case, they've got to kick a score here today on this ground to win it. They can't bottle it up.
Well, it was nicely done by Spooner to get the knockout. Going after it again, just got a little bit of the fumbles there was Eddie. He had some support in there in Dadswell. Umpire comes in to bounce it. Great to have Fairpark's #1 supporter in the caravan with us today, Cooper Dooley, keeping an eye on the situation and telling us all about the best players as it comes out now, looking for DeGraff. He couldn't quite pick up the football. Guglielmi kicks it ball inside forward 50 for Silvan. At the back of the pack there was Dow, the big man. He might be able to trap it now, but no, the Lions did have the numbers in defence, and the kick goes out towards the half-back line. Bouncing football, trying to trap it was Dietzel, and over she goes.
This is where I feel that Fairpark can really expose Silvan with that run out of the back line. I think Silvan lack a lot of genuine foot speed, and Fairpark probably have a bit more of that, even though they've got some fairly big-sized bodies out there themselves.
So Hurd will go up against Spooner. Hurd definitely has some size on him, that's for sure. So more often than not, you'd expect him to probably win the contest. Dietzel at ground level was the recipient of the free kick, kicks it up towards the half-forward line now. Went straight through the arms there of Cow, and they've got the numbers of the ball, the Silvan Football Club. That's a fantastic shot on goal, and a beautiful snap around the body that was. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they are 2 straight goals, and Fairpark yet to score.
Was that Bo Kitto who might have... Was that Kitto or Rowe that scored that goal then? I'm not sure. But, look, interesting. Fairpark don't have a player behind the contest at the moment. And when the balls come into the Silvan forward line, it's Silvan that's played the players outside the contest. So, interesting setup from Fairpark at this stage.
Well, it was Hurd, got the easy knockdown, but I'll tell you what, the Cats are looking pretty good at the moment. Dietz will get the clearing kick out towards the half-forward line now. Lions, once again, they had the numbers across the half-back line, but they just can't hit up a target along the wing and moving it forward. Boundary line beats all players.
Dietzel started really well, actually. He's had a lot of run off, looks like a wing, and the second effort there, he was right in that next passage of play as well. It just went over the boundary line, but a really impressive run so far from him.
Spooner did well to work his way to the front in that contest. Fall the ball, a quick kick comes out of the pack, bouncing in towards the direction there of Gareth Bailey, and the big man sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Fancy orange boots for Bailey.
They are quite fancy, aren't they?
They're not as fancy as, where is he, Mark Flintoff. I tell you what, they are light up green ones, those ones, aren't they?
Absolutely. So it comes down, nicely done there by Driscoll. He got the handball away, but the pressure is coming from Silvan. Playing for the free kick was Moore. Nice little handball though from World. Got the handball away. This is a good chance here for Fairpark. Inside forward 50, working his way to the front. McNamara, can he trap the football? He can't, because Bain was right on his hammer, putting on plenty of pressure, and over the boundary line it goes. But this is where they've wanted to see it, in the forward arc for Fairpark.
And they probably should have done better there. It was a really, really easy passage of play to hit up a target, and they just didn't do it.
Pyer throws the ball in. Bo's got the knockdown. Driscoll got the little handball away. So just struggling both sides to really link up at certain stages, but there are a lot of players following the football at all times. It comes into the middle of the ground now, up towards centre half forward. Over the top there, Hall got the little handball away. That was okay, Smith, but he was dispossessed of the football. Trickles out now. Here's Guglielmi for Silvan. He couldn't get the handball away. He dropped the football, and holding the ball is paid, and the free kick goes the way of the Lions. A spearing pass hits well out in front. Still across the half-back line in the long sleeves today.
The intent of the football by Silvan is a little bit greater than Fairpark at the moment, and I think that's been the difference, is they're hitting the contest really hard, Silvan.
Kick up towards the wing, but the man who was all over it was Jansen, and then he unwinds with a big kick up towards inside forward 50. Over the top there, Rowe couldn't get a handle on it. Snap around the body. Fantastic play there by the skipper, Sean Jones, who I think pinged that one, and 3 goals on the board now to the Silvan Football Club. 3 straight. They are. Fairpark yet to score.
And again, it's been the ball that's hit the ground and the intent of the ground on ground ball that's been the difference in the two sides. And Fairpark have got their hands on the football enough, but they've just been sloppy. Their hands have been sloppy. They, as Alana said before, they came through the middle with a nice bit of play, and then as the boy went to, I think it was Need, went to drop the ball, he spun the ball in his hands and it fell awkwardly. So, you know, they've just got to, they're just being pressured out of the contest at the moment by what I see as a fairly fired up Silvan with their just attack on the footy.
Yeah, they definitely are really, really intent on that ball, and just a bit cleaner at the moment with possession. So if Fairpark can fix that up, I'm sure that they can get some points on the board.
Can't take that goal away from Rowe. I apologise for that one. That was a beautiful left foot. Speaking of the devil who I gave the goal to, Jones, he came charging through and he got dispossessed holding the football. Here's a chance now for Fairpark. The ball goes inside forward 50. The pack forms, but standing strong was Bonanno, and he had good jukes there to pull it in. So he'll relieve the pressure here for Silvan. Kick goes out towards the wing position. That kick had every bit of 60 metres on it. Hitting the deck at the crucial stage was Dietzel, I think, in that sense. Spooner got the handball away. Now they'll go forward again, the Silvan Football Club. Inside they go. Dow, he got the ball knocked away from him. Nicely scooped upon by Hall. He got the handball away, linking up with Mercer over the top. They're under a lot of pressure here, Fairpark. They can't get clean disposal. Here's a chance here for Rowe. Inside forward 50, he goes. He has a ping and he kicked it wide and out of bounds on the full it goes.
And here's the difference. When the ball came down to the forward line previously, Dow just went out the whole pack and crunched the pack. And when the balls hit the ground, Silvan have been better at the ground contest at this stage.
Smith to Hall for Fairpark. on the left boot. That was a beautiful kick up towards the wing position, but in front was Spooner. Big man will wind around on the left boot and thump the ball back inside forward 50, but once again the numbers with the opposition side, and it goes down the throat of Smith, who's having to put himself right amongst the play. The ball's been going inside forward 50 quite frequently for Silvan, but he's standing up. Smith kicked the ball out wide. That was a good lead that time there by Hurd. Swings around now. Got the handball away, and it's Fairpark's chance to go up towards the half-forward line. That's a better play there. Dadswell takes the mark. He's going to swing around on the right boot. He needs to spot up a target. It was a bit of a wrong and off the boot now at the fall of the ball. They might have the numbers here. Eddie, little handball back. That was okay. Dispossessed though, Flintoff. Still about 70 metres though out for Fairpark. Just a nothing handball goes inside forward 50, and little tap that time there by Dietzel, looking for his teammate. Goes after it again. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Snap around the body there by Deegan was smothered right in front of the barbecue, which will be judged for the hamburger hunt as well. We know Alana Coleman certainly isn't afraid of smashing down a burger, and she got here today and certainly looked like she enjoyed it. We'll talk about that more later in the afternoon. Bowes at the fall there was then nicely met upon by Driscoll, who just snapped it and kicked it to the hot spot. That was a smart bit of play there, but Pegram was there. He had to take on two opponents, but Shepherd was there to mop up for the Cats. He'll kick it out towards the centre square here. The umpire's blown a whistle. It might be against Spooner. He might actually pay advantage paid here. Everybody stopped. The flying shot goes goalward by De Graaf, and well, that was an absolute shank, wasn't it? Out of bounds on the full.
You can't take that on and then kick like that. That's just a complete waste when you have control of the football.
They're just really lacking composure in that forward line. They're kicking in and just hoping it's going to land on someone's arms, and then they've got too many players at the fall of the ball, Silvan, and it's a bit unstructured at the moment from Fairpark.
Well, Moore, he was the player to kick it out of the danger zone, but it comes quickly back in. Bain on hands and knees. He couldn't trap it, and the umpire will come in and restart this one.
There's a classic example. They had a 2-on-1 then, Fairpark, in the forward line, and they mucked it up just by not working hard enough together.
There's a number 13 for Fairpark. We'll get our boundary riders to get onto that one. The kick comes out though. Fitness takes the mark. So James Fitness not going to really back himself here, but he spotted up Smith, who's had some sort of a quarter. Can he kick a goal that goes all the way? I think it's got the purchase on it. The two-finger salute, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered for Fairpark. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 14.5 minutes into this first turn. They still trail by 2 goals, but that was better.
It certainly wasn't. I was looking at the Silvan backman, and they were looking for the replay up on the scoreboard to see whether it was a goal line review. But oh well, look, it wasn't a great bit of play, but it ended up being a good goal, so they needed it.
Bit of reward for effort from Smith too. I thought he's been excellent so far for Fairpark.
Yep.
It's crossed down boundary side.
It's a pretty strong breeze down here towards the end. Silvan are kicking too, so if they make the most of it this first quarter, it'll really put the pressure on Fairpark from there on.
Tim and Davis riding the boundary line today. Ball up across the half-forward line for Silvan.
And this is one of the grounds where the breeze actually gets stronger as the day goes on, so you might find that is quite a valuable breeze at the end of the game.
Rowe's kick was smothered. Little handball out. The kick goes towards the top of the goal square. Can big man Dow pull it down? He couldn't take the mark. He gave the don't argue. He gets the look away handball. This might work out better for Silvan. They had a cool head at that stage. No blazing away at the goals, and it'll be Troy Smith to have a ping from about 45 metres out.
Dow just backed himself in with his strength for that don't argue, didn't he? He's like, not a chance you're getting anywhere near me, but set up the pass, and now they're having another shot at goal.
And I think you used the right terminology there. Cool heads then.
Kick goes goalward, but it was pushed to the left-hand side. So the first minor score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard for today's EFL game day, and it goes the way of Silvan, who lead this one by 13 points. A handy lead in this first term.
It is, definitely.
So Smith on the right boot brings the ball back into play. The only real man who had eyes for it there was Begley, and it fell in his breadbasket. So he's got it. There's still 2 kicks from home, although he's going back as if he might think he might have enough on him within him to kick this. So
maybe that breeze is quite powerful.
Comes in now on the right boot, kicks it all the way to the top of the goal square. You can see Dow just lurking at the back there. He didn't sit well for him and threw for another behind. That's 2 in a row now. Fairpark trailing Silvan. They are 1 straight 6. Silvan a 3-2-20.
Really interesting. They're playing a 3-4-5 zone, and Fairpark are not being able to get the ball out at this stage.
Smith thumps it up. That was a big fly and a good mark there by Kyle Hurd, who pulled it in with the 1 mitt on the right boot now. He just coughed it up straight away. So Skills are letting players down at the moment, but there's a lot of pressure out there. The kick goes now for Silvan up towards the half-forward line. That was okay. And then it was Knight on the left boot. Swings out wide. Here's Jansen on the left. Can he put it through? He can't. Another wobbly shot on goal. Goes way left and through for another behind. So that's 3 very quick shots on goal for the Silvan Football Club. All of them going through for a minor score. They lead this game by 15 points. 17 and a half minutes gone in the first quarter. Let's cross down boundary side to Davis Harrigan.
Boys, I'm just watching it swing up towards the Silvan's goal. Definitely a bit of a left to right movement. It's not much, but it's definitely there.
So take 4 for Fairpark. Oh, what a massive fly there from Rowe. He couldn't pull that down. That would have been the highlight we've been looking for in this first term as it hits the deck, and we will have a bounce. It was a fair old leap, that one.
Yeah, certainly would have been the highlight reel if he'd taken that one, but they've cleared it well at this stage, Fairpark. They need to get it up forward now.
So it's still on wing position here. Smith for Silvan. Did really well with the second effort. Got the handball out wide. Goes towards the boundary line. Driscoll was the first player to meet it for the Lions, and over he takes it.
Inside 50s 12-7 in favour of Silvan. Clearances 10-7 in favour of Fairpark. Thanks to Juice Tab.
That's an interesting start, that one. Fairpark winning the clearances, but not getting the ball forward.
Kick goes up towards the half-forward line now. McNamara, which way will this one bounce for him? Not favourably, though. He might have given away a free kick there. Nicely little handball there from Bain for Silvan. Got it into the middle. Guglielmi got almost copped one high. Umpire said it was okay. Jones was in there also. He's quickly wrapped up in a strong Jackson Deegan tackle, and we'll have a bounce right in the guts of Fairpark. Try to throw the ball up. Heard little knock over the back there. And you heard the whistle. We're doing it all again. Plenty of great games as you go local for your football this afternoon. Stay tuned on 98.1 Radio Eastern all day, right up until 6 o'clock, and streaming live around the globe on efl.org.au. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Plenty of space down here to get down. The car park's pretty full, but it's a great ground to watch from all vantage points. So if you're in the area, come down and watch local footy. Weather's looking good as well. Hopefully it'll hold out. Umpire throws it up once again, and kick goes towards Bonanno, who trapped it, and he'll hand it back to the umpire. Centre half forward for Fairpark. Heard a little bit of holding going on, but that was okay. Nice little handball out the top there from Jones. Goes out wide. He was looking for Shepherd, who played it in front of him and dropped the football. It was old school Kevin Bartlett styles, that one, and a bit of remonstrating has seen the free kick go to Fairpark, but not only the free kick, but a 25-metre penalty, and it'll be Nick Cowan to have a shot, and all of a sudden he's right within range.
Yeah, I think the player ran straight through that protected zone, and that's what that 25 is for.
Wasn't happy about it either, but it's Cowan.
You reckon his coach will be happy about it?
Be absolutely filthy. Comes in now, shot on goal, and he's pushed it to the left-hand side. Well, it's a big let off. Silvan have been peppering the goals. They haven't been able to put one through, and Fairpark could have all of a sudden found themselves just over a goal down.
Yeah, can't afford to miss ones like that, especially into a boys.
Troy Smith, the recipient of the kick-in, seems to want to go direct. It's a big roost up towards the wing position. Front spot there was the big man Bailey. That was knocked away from him. Handball out wide. That was okay. Rowe for Silvan, linked up with his teammate there in Begley on the right boot. Goes inside forward, 52-on-1 situation. I tell you what, Smith is having some sort of a game at the moment. He's really standing up across the back. Got it onto Mercer, who kicks a risky one, looking for Bennett, who was trying to take a slips catch. Jeez, it was made hard for him to work for that one. But over the boundary line it goes. Lucky he got a touch on it in the end, because it was sailing over.
I thought it was going out on the full, so he did really well to get a last minute hand on that one.
High to bring it back in. Nicely done by Bailey. Got the palm down in the middle of the ground. Now it's Dadswell this way, that way. Spun around well, then had time to kick the ball inside forward 50. Is there a bit of holding on? It doesn't matter because Tom McNamara takes the mark and he'll have a shot right on the painter 50. We quickly cross down boundary side.
Yeah, boys. Anyone going to the Burwood Highway end of the ground is definitely going to face a bit of a headwind, tailwind, depending on how you go. If any of the defenders can get back and it sails forward, anyone who's actually trying to shoot for goal may actually lose out on one or two.
Nicely done there, Davis Harrigan. Taking the advice of quickly as the kick goes inside forward 50, where Pegram takes the mark there for Fairpark in the forward pocket.
I'm not sure why the other guy didn't have a shot.
He maybe just thought he was struggling with the distance, exactly what Davis was talking about, and he goes forward through Pegram. He looked confident, but he wasn't going to con the umpire in that instant, and it goes through for a minor score. So all of a sudden, Fairpark have had 2 shots on goal in a matter of minutes, and both through for a minor score. 13 points is the margin. 21 plays 8 in favour of Silvan. 22 and a half minutes gone now on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we wait for the football to be returned.
We've got the football stuck up the tree.
So we're using another football to try and get the footy down.
Yeah, we are.
It's a juicy tree, that one. I think we might have to just call for another football.
Can I ask, Davo, if you were the coach and he just passed it off to Pegram, who was on a far worse angle than the original kicker, you would just be absolutely livid about the decision-making process there. It was the first forward entry where Dadswell had hit the target out on a great lead, took a great grab, and then didn't back himself in as a forward to take that shot.
Especially as the fact that he wasn't like he was 55 out. He had he marked the ball incredibly well. He's in the right spot. Everything was good. He should have had a ping for that. And you're right, he hit Pegram on a difficult angle with his breeze. So we've now brought the ball in that looks like their training ball.
And it was kicked like it probably was a training ball as well as it came out. Rowe got the handball away. Guglielmi up towards the half-forward line. That was a good kick. Got the mark taken there by Rowe. They're moving the ball quickly. Dow came out, couldn't pull the mark down. Hall was in there to lend support there for the Lions. Over the top of him was Fortescue, and over the boundary line it goes. Right underneath that fantastic Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Pye to bring it back in. It's a little bit left to the scoreboard, but I wanted to give it a wrap anyway. I love the old electronic scoreboards. So still deep within the forward pocket there for Silvan. Flying shot on goal, another behind. And Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 3-4-22, Silvan. Fairpark 1-2. Wait, let's cross down. Davis Harrigan. Boundary side.
Fairpark's James Hall just copped a little bit of the knock on his upper right arm. Came up a bit groggy out of that contest just before that point. So I'll keep an eye on him for you guys.
Good stuff, Daggers. As it comes out, Rowe got a fist on it. De Graaf, though, for the Lions. He was there to mop up. Got the handball away to Hall, whose kick was smothered at the crucial stage. So it's still about 50 metres out for the Silvan Footy Club, and over the boundary line it goes.
If you're going to handball backwards in a situation like that, you've got to you can't let it hit the ground and bounce up. You've got to hit the target.
Pye brings it back in. Bailey had the front spot. Comes out. Here's a bit of a go for them. Knight, can he get boot to ball? He can. He just got enough on it, and Silvan kicked their 4th goal on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. That was one of the contenders for the goal today so far. Wouldn't expect it to win, but they've got to start from somewhere. 4-4-28. It's a 20-point margin to the Silvan side. They lead this one against Fairpark, who are 8.
Again, it was just that quality ground ball contest where they hit it at pace, picked it up, nice little handball off, and quite a simple goal, that one. So, that's the one they wanted Silvan to finish the quarter off on.
Pye throws it up now. There was no clear knockout that time, Soupy. Dadswell was over it. In there was Jones. He busted his way through, got dispossessed of the football. So still just outside the square here. Well done, Dadswell. Trapped it, kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Over the top there of Bonanno. He'll be the first player for Silvan to meet it, but he had to beat a few opponents. And they've got a kick on Goldwood here where Flintoff was in the right spot. He made some space and a good pass too. So he'll have a shot on goal and look for the very quick answer. He's about 30 metres out from goal.
This is crucial. He's got to kick this. You can't afford to have these shots into the breeze and miss them. So especially at this time of the quarter, this will be a real bonus for them if they can get this one.
And you can't afford to have boots like that if you can't deliver with them either. So he comes in now, does Mark Flintoff. I'm going to back him in from there. The goal umpire does not move, and the boys get around him as well. Fairpark get the quick answer on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard 27 minutes into this first term.
And it was just really good to see that some really good decision-making under pressure by Fairpark this time round. I think it was McNamara with the pass off to Flintoff, and he was the one who passed it to Pegram the time before. So he's obviously learnt from that error and gone, well, I'm going to put the ball into a greater advantage when...
And they've put it into the right spots so far when they've gone forward, Fairpark. They just haven't been able to capitalise on their quality ins.
Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats.
Yeah, it's to advantage so far, 7-1 in favour of Fairpark, so Bailey's certainly finding his midfielders on a consistent basis.
So we're still in the middle here. Big flying fist there by Spooner. A little toe poke off the ground there by Jansen. He might be able to follow this one up, but the Lions did have the numbers. Nicely done there by Deegan. Barged his way through, got boot to ball. Speak of the devil of Flintoff swings around now on the left up towards the half-forward line. Well, it bounced in front of Deegan that time. He had support over the back there from Eddie. He couldn't get a fist on it. Copping one high, you would have thought there was Dietzel. Umpire said play on. He had Knight there to support. And the umpires come in and paid holding the football there. I'm a little bit confused about that one. But Fairpark, they'll certainly take it. So the kick goes inside forward 50 now. A nice big fist comes from the back, but it's still across the half-forward line. On the left boot, it's nicely done there by Andrick up towards the half-forward line. Charging through, though, was Litchfield. He got boot to ball. Another turnover in shoes. Kick goes inside forward 50. It's only about 10 metres out from goal. Going after it, Shepherd. He just wanted the safety of the behind and to give it away, and they have a chance to restart. 28.5 minutes gone in this first term. It's a 13-point margin to the Cats.
Let's just say I don't think Bennett's a natural left footer. Would that be a good way of putting it?
That chaos ball nearly paid off too, didn't it?
So Litchfield goes short to Bonanno in the back pocket. Almost pushing 30 minutes here in this first term. Big fist over the top.
I think the ruck contests with Hurd and Bailey so far have been very comprehensive for Fairpark. They probably just need to capitalise a little bit more on that, especially when the ball hits the deck.
So Jones over the top there. Once again we hear a whistle. Once again it goes the way of Fairpark. The kick goes inside forward 50 now. That was a beautiful kick, weighted magnificently for McNamara, who judged it nicely, charging out from the goal square. He takes it and will have a shot on goal from 30 metres out.
And that's one of the things that they've done a little bit better than Silvan, is the way they've brought the ball into their forward arc. They've done that very well.
Comes in now, Tom McNamara. You can hear the cheers come from the grandstand. They like that one. Fairpark like that one. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 30... Sorry?
No, we were just...
finally someone bloody turned that car alarm off too.
Alana was just saying to us that... Oh no, they turned it back on again.
Shouldn't have said anything.
That McNamara's just kicked that ball beautifully and clean, and yet he wouldn't take a shot from 10 metres out beforehand. So, I think if he gets it, he needs to go for it.
Paddled out now, Cowan couldn't quite trap it. He ended up laying a pretty decent tackle in the second effort over the top of his opponent, Aaron Rowe. Umpire to start this one again. In the front spot, Hurd just didn't even get off the ground there. He just had the height advantage, got the palm down. Kick goes out towards the wing position. Then Troy Smith is the man for the Cats to take the mark. So chance to reload here for Silvan. They're 2 kicks away from home. They go up in towards the Dow direction at the fall of ball. Mercer got the handball away, so the Lions up towards the wing position. The ball got caught up in the breeze there over the top of Worley. Had support there in Bennett on hands and knees over the top of him. Troy Smith lays a tackle. Umpire said all was fair. Let's ball this one up.
There's been the difference. I think that Silvan have fallen into the trap of having the breeze and just going long with it each time and not working into the space well enough in that quarter.
7-point margin to the Silvan Football Club on EFL Game Day, 4-4-28. They lead Fairpark 3-3-21. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe, efl.org.au. Plenty of great games as you go local for your football this afternoon, and Dan Sensic and Barry Cotts with the Score Centre will bring you up to date with all those important scores right after this.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
I've got some weekend goals.
Like what?
First, wake up around lunchtime.
Oh, yeah.
Second,
Yeah.
go into Pancake Parlour and get one of their traditional breakfasts because it's served till 5 p.m. every day.
Oh, you got to go to Pancake Parlour for your weekend goals. Yeah, what else?
And then when I'm all full,
Yeah, like in your belly.
just sit on the couch and watch me team kick some winning goals.
Bang,
Goal! Oh, Pancake Parlour's weekend goals.
Up and about and lovely.
Program sponsor.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think a barbie in the backyard would be nice.
I would go to the beach.
Possibly a costume party.
This sounds silly, but I'd like people to bring their pets.
I'd have a karaoke machine. What's coming to my head is an ice sculpture.
Lots of cakes.
Cheesecake.
Lemon meringue pie.
And probably every flavour of ice cream ever.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best. A new time and a new team driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Up the Mitcham Tigers! Calm the Burners!
Let's go, Panthers!
What a mark! Let's go, doggies!
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1, EFL Game Day here at Fairpark Reserve. It's quarter time and it's Silvan 4-4-28 leading Fairpark 3-3-21. So a 7-point lead to Silvan at quarter time. Barry Cotts here on the EFL Game Day Score Centre. Let's check some scores that are filtering through around EFL football this afternoon. And firstly to Division 1, Bayswater and Roval. And it's Bayswater 3-1-19 leading Roval 2-1-13. North Ringwood and Balwyn. Balwyn 2-1-13 leading North Ringwood 1-2-8. To Division 3, the Basin and East Burwood. It's the Basin 3-4-22 leading East Burwood 1-2-8. And finally in Division 3 scores so far, Heathmont and Baronia. And it's Baronia 4-2-26 leading Heathmont 4 behind 4 points out there at Heathmont. To Division 4, Glenwaverley Hawks and Donvale. And it's Glenwaverley Hawks 3-3-21 leading Donvale 5 behind 5 points. Coldstream and Kilsyth. It's Coldstream 4-2-26 leading Kilsyth 2 goals straight 12. And finally, Forest Hill and Surrey Park at quarter time. Forest Hill 5-2-32 leading Surrey Park 1-3-9. In AFL action this afternoon, out there at Etihad Stadium between the Western Bulldogs and St Kilda. It's currently the 23-minute mark of the second quarter, and it's the Western Bulldogs 4-6-30 leading the Saints 3-20. So pretty close game out there, BWS at Etihad Stadium with the Saints this afternoon.
Yes, keep us up to date with that one, and great job as always, Barry, on the score centre this afternoon. We look forward to hearing your dulcet tones again at half time as we cross down boundary side. We've had our boundary riders listening to what the coaches had to say at the huddle.
That's correct, BWS. I thought I'd get in early before it all starts. Just had a quick sit in the huddle of Silvan with Michael Schoon. He said it's a great effort, but wants them to go one step further. And doesn't want them to play 15 minutes a quarter. He wants them to play 30 minutes a quarter. And also Silvan's going into the headwind this term, so he wants the forwards to get forward of the ball, whereas Fairpark's are going to be having that tailwind and can have people sit back. So if he can, there's a few things that really came out. So I think if they can get those things right, we talked about it on pre-game. If Silvan can play that full quarter, they're well in it.
And over listening to Sean Stanton at Fairpark was Tim.
Yeah, he was pretty disappointed with the start. He thought they were pretty flat. Their coverage at stoppages was a real key. They didn't have accountability around the contest and didn't cover all areas, so they thought there was a bit too much easy ball coming out of the stoppages.
Great stuff. Tim Fitzsimmons, a rising star of the EFL media team.
I tend to agree with that summary then. I thought they very slow start. Didn't cover the contest early enough. I thought Silvan were actually pretty disappointing, to be honest. They got away to a flyer 3-goal lead, and they've got it back to 7 points with what I think is a 3 to 4 goal breeze looking out there. So I think they should have done better than what they did.
Well, let's see what the second quarter can bring us here. It is a 7-point lead to the Silvan Football Club. The knock goes out and barging his way through Bonanno. Still in the middle there, trapped by Dadswell. He couldn't get boot to ball for the line, so we'll have another bounce. Grant Campbell, the stats that mattered in the first quarter.
Marks inside 55 to the way of Fairpark. Inside 50s was 16-14 the way of Silvan.
So the ball in the middle here, this way, that way. De Graaf got it away. Mercer's kick was smothered. That was well done there by Jones, who got the handball away. Knight linked up well on the left boot. They go inside 450. That was a real scrambly one. Made Rowe work extremely hard for that one. Charging through, there was Smith. He got dispossessed of the football. Maybe a little bit lucky. He didn't get pinged. Hands and knees. Kiddo got the handball away. Then it was trapped there, and across the half back line, the mark's been taken by Nick Cowan. So Fairpark up towards the wing position. Big fly there that time from Smith. Over the top of him it goes. Bowes sees it over the boundary line and out. Cross down boundary side to Tim Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, Shane Mercer copped a big knock there in the the back line there, Fairpark. He's looking a bit groggy. The trainer's with him, but he's looking like he's going to stay out there.
So umpire to bring it back in now. Bailey will go up against Bowes, Bowes got the knockdown that time, Soupy. And knocked straight over the boundary line and out again.
If I was the coach of Fairpark, I'd be wanting a little bit more from Gareth Bailey at the moment. He's such a big presence out there on the field, but he hasn't really had any impact so far.
Well, wind really got hold of that boundary throwing. It wasn't recalled, so kick goes up towards the wing position. Mopping up nicely there was Dietzel on the left boot. Inside forward 50, bouncing footy, looking for his teammate in Kiddo. Ball does her wrong, and then over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
He's been quite good, Dietzel. It's just his disposal's been quite ugly at times. But I agree. I think Bailey down forward, you need to drop him down deeper because there's no spot at the centre half forward with the breeze here. He's got to play full forward or he's got to play up high.
Pye brings the ball back in. A lot of players around it. Cowan was there for the line. Strong tackle by Dean Jansen to bring the big man to ground, and we'll have a bounce.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Davo. It'd be also, well within their rights to set up McNamara deep as well. He can be the leading target, and then sitting Bailey there as more that tall, I suppose, kind of guy to drop the ball on top of his head from long range.
Well, the thing is that you put a big bloke down deep, you still got to put another big player down there on him. So, you put a big bloke up centre forward, you can put a more mobile player against him because they can run off him.
Mm-hmm.
Spooner got it down. Jansen kicked it to the hot spot. Dow came out. He nearly knocked his own teammate over there. Rowe on hands and knees. Got the handball away. Mercer. It was a high tackle laid against Luke Bedome, and he'll go back and have a shot on goal. He's directly in front. He's only about 25 metres out.
He might have done a Selwood then. I reckon his knees collapsed just a little bit when he got tackled, but it's crucial to give away those free kicks directly in front.
So Bedome comes in, leans over it, puts it straight over the goal umpire's head. You thought he was clapped through by Dow. He wasn't conning the goal umpire that time. It did look good off the boot, but minor score is the result. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 3.5 minutes into this second term, still an 8-point lead to the Silvan Cats.
That's a terrible miss. That's 25 metres out directly in front. That really gives you a boost when you kick those.
Smith, it was ugly off the boot, but it hit the target in Eddie across centre half back now for the Lions. In the middle of the ground they go. Mark has been taken, swinging around there was well. On the right boot this time, inside forward 50, he goes. Across the half-back line, they've got the numbers there to mop up there. Wide overran the football for Silvan, but they did have the numbers and they link up wide. This is a series of handballs, finds the Knight direction. He was put under a fair bit of pressure. Smith came in to lay the tackle. Nicely done there, Hurd. On the right boot, his kick was smothered off, half smothered off the boot, chopped off by Bennett. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line, and the mark has been taken about 55 metres out from goal, but they do have the breeze behind them there. Jason Pegram to have a ping.
He's he's been a solid player at East Ringwood over a number of years. Went up the mountain, good forward, generally a really good kick. So I would expect him to put this pretty close.
So he'll come in yet to kick a major today, but can make it 4 goals apiece here if he can put this one through. Oh, the goal umpire, talk about not moving. He did not have to move an inch. Straight over Banksy's head it goes in game 200 for him. And it is game on out here at Fairpark.
That's where it's the crucial miss up here by Badome, who should have kicked what was an easy goal. Transfers down there, and then you end up having Pegram kicking probably a 45 to 50 metre goal, doing it easy. They're the ones that hurt.
So it's back to 2 points now. And Silvan came out of the gates, 3 goals to zip, and slowly but surely Fairpark have clawed themselves back into this game, and still in the middle of the ground there, overrunning at that time there was DeGoulis. Got the handball out wide though, Silvan. Now they go forward through Dietzel, up towards the forward pocket. Dow was outsmarted in at that time, and the Lions do have the numbers. Backing himself there was Need on the right boot, sends the ball up towards the direction of Bailey. Over the top of his head it goes, bouncing football right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, which shows 6 minutes gone in the second term. A 2-point ball game in favour of Silvan.
I just think that Silvan are a little bit one-dimensional at the moment. They've only got Andrew Dow down there, and he's certainly lacking a little bit of agility. So if the ball isn't delivered to him spot on, it hits the deck and they're in a lot of trouble to lock it in.
Pye throws it in, bouncing football. Overrunning it there was Bennett. He got about 5 or so metres on it, and it goes into the forward pocket now for Fairpark. Let's cross down boundary side to Davis Harrigan.
Just noticed that play along the wing we're on at the moment. That ball, as long as it gets a bit of air, is going to go 10-15 metres further than most players are anticipating at the moment due to that little windbreak.
Well, Knight went for the little handball. He had to go after it again. He dropped the football over the top there. Matthew White said he copped one high. Umpire didn't want a bar of it, so David Bennett for the Lions will hand it back to the umpire 20 metres out from their goal line. They haven't been in front of the match yet, so if they can snag one here, that will be a good thing for their supporters. The kick goes out towards the wing position now. The high fly there was Begley, couldn't pull it down. Nice little handball there from Deegan. It comes out now to Need, up towards the half forward line. Trapping it there was Smith, under a bit of pressure, but still had the cool head. Got it to Driscoll, got it back to Smith. On the right boot, goes in towards the forward pocket. The dropping what he probably should have taken there was Bowes, but he did have support, and his teammate there in Guglielmi got a nice little shove over the goal line, and it's a minor score to Fairpark. 1 point is the difference. 29 plays at 28 in favour of the Cats.
That's where Bailey needed to be for that kick, in that area, not 40 out where he was.
Well, the kick was touched off the boot, but they've still managed to work it out towards the wing position here, Silvan, as the umpire comes in just inside the centre square and will have a bounce.
Smith's very courageous. He's backed back into packs a number of times today.
High throws it up now. In the middle there, Jansen overrunning it. Nicely done there by Bennett. He's going really hard at the football, Bennett, especially in this second term. Got it away, Eddie. Out wide now, bouncing football. foot race ensued. Well done there by Badome. He's turned his player inside out, and the kick goes inside forward 50. Dow had the back spot, and Nathan Smith copped one, but had eyes only for the football. He pulled in an absolute ripper. Certainly one of the better players on the ground early in this match.
That was a very courageous mark, that one.
Kick goes out wide. It was a neat kick, and spotted up the target in Kyle Hurd.
Andrew Dow's in front of us, and I wouldn't want him running into the back of me.
Kick goes up towards the half-forward line where the ball was knocked away from Bailey. Let's cross down boundary side to Tim Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, we just saw Nathan Smith take a mark in defensive 50. That's from Silvan dropping an extra man behind the ball. So if they're looking to score against the win, they're really going to have to make him accountable.
Five brings it back in now. Big fist over the back there from Bailey, overrunning the football. McNamara, he'll go after it again. He ducked his head. The umpire, he could have caught one high, but umpire said it was okay. McNamara once again, that's 3 touches in a matter of seconds. Goes goalward, bouncing football, and this one it goes through for a behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it's showing 28-29. I'm pretty sure that there's a point missing. I would say that scores are level, but let's back the scoreboard in here. 4-5-29 to Fairpark 4-4-28.
I think 29 apiece is correct, so you were right, BWS.
Should have backed myself in, Soupy, as it comes out now. Wing position.
Bailey would have been handy in that goal square just before 2 again, Davo.
Yep.
Around the ground scores. It's a 7-point lead to the Waverley Blues over Doncaster East at the moment as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Nicely done there by Kiddo. Got the handball away. This is a good chance here for Silvan. They go deep here looking for Spooner, but once again Smith, he just stands up at the crucial stage, doesn't he? Got the handball away, and now it'll be a chance for the Lions to drive themselves forward up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football it goes. The first player out there is Pegram. He got dispossessed, got the handball away. Litchfield chases after it. He had to beat Deegan. Players screaming at the umpire for a free kick.
Yeah, I kind of don't blame them on that one. I probably thought it was there, but, you know, he hasn't called it, so play goes on. Fairpark are just starting to build into this game. Their endeavour is right up, and their skill level is starting to slowly lift throughout the game, and they're hitting more targets, which is probably why they're now sitting even on that scoreboard and not trailing Silvan like they were earlier.
Tom McNamara hands the ball back to the umpire. Throw up now. Bowes got the knockdown towards the Jones direction. A little bit of how do you do with Dolgeris. Umpires just settling things down. Quick restart will hopefully break this up. No one wanted to give the ball back to the umpire. He had to do his own work there. He threw it up. It was a little bit scrappy throw up too. It came out Bailey. Had a bit of a fresh air shot. Barging through McNamara. His kick goes out of bounds on the full. He was under a fair bit of pressure there, and a chance now for Silvan just to get it out of that danger zone using the far side of Fairpark or the Scoresby Road side of the ground. It comes out now looking for Dietzel, goes backwards to Jones, grubber of a kick, gained only about 10 or so metres, and over she goes.
One of the things I did note when I watched Fairpark play earlier in the season is they were really good up until half-time, and then they fell away. I was a bit concerned that fitness might have been an issue for them, so it'll be interesting to see how these bigger bodies go in the second half, and if they're just starting to slow down in that ruck contest a little.
So Deegan, his kick was rushed. He was looking for Flintoff, but he was in the back spot there, so...
Well, the coach, Sean Stanton, mentioned the fact that he didn't think their fitness levels during pre-season were at what he wanted or expected.
Time now for the Lions to go forward again. Ball goes very deep. What a strong mark. Tom McNamara judged the flight of the pill perfectly. He's ripped that one down, and he'll have a shot on goal about 35 metres out directly in front. Crossing down boundary side to Davis Harrigan.
I'd say that's all thanks to the boundary stoppage they just had, and a beautiful kick from Shane Mercer, who seems to be up and about after that massive hit about 10 minutes ago.
Kicked a goal in the first, McNamara. He wants one in the second, and he makes no mistake either. It is the first time this afternoon that Fairpark have hit the front on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They are 5 goals, 5-35.
He's been the best forward on the ground. He's been positioned himself well. He's taken 3 marks inside 50. He may have taken more, been really real quality. He's an unusual. He's a mid-sized forward that's playing key deep. I would have preferred Bailey back there, but look, he's doing the job at the moment, which is really important. The key thing is they cannot afford to just allow Smith to play off this half-back line by himself, Silvan.
First multiple goal kicker for the afternoon is Tommy McNamara.
Yeah, Smith's been definitely the general down there, hasn't he? And he's read it beautifully and stopped everything coming in there.
Just his disposal is not fantastic, but geez, he's gutsy and takes a nice overhead mark.
Well done by Spooner. That was 3 efforts there. Got it away tonight. Inside forward 50. He goes. He was looking for Jones. Speak of the devil there, Smith. Dispossessed of the football. Umpire said it was okay. Spooner. He goes out wide. Knight on the left boot towards the forward pocket. That's a good kick. Kiddo was in position A and he takes the mark. It's a difficult angle, but a chance to get scores back all square here out at Fairpark.
I think if you put this one right to the right-hand goal post, I reckon this might go in.
So Kiddo, as we said, it's a difficult angle, but work the ball with the breeze and it could go your way. He kicks it across the face. I tell you what, the kick almost went backwards with the breeze getting a hold of that, but it made no difference anyway. A free kick goes to the Lions at the last line of defence.
They want to go to the other side of the ground if they can.
Kick comes out towards the wing position. Cowan was the big flyer there. Good spoil over the top there by Badone. Both players hit the deck and the umpire comes in and will bounce it right in front of the broadcast position. Coming in from the side there, De Graaf. He knocked it forward and now they've linked up okay here. Here's Andrick for Fairpark. His kick was, well, his disposal wasn't good, and once again another turnover. Wing position here. Kick goes in towards the middle of the ground, over the back. They've got the numbers this time, mate, do they? The Lions. Dadswell, he overran the football. Nicely done there by Knight. He's having a good game for the Cats. Got the handball away up towards the half-forward line. Now you just saw the breeze really get a hold of that one. Made it difficult for Jansen, but he was up to the challenge. Kick goes inside forward 50, looking for Dow, but standing strong, Nathan Smith, as we've said so many times already this afternoon, takes another mark in the defensive 50, and he's give the guy a rap and he coughs it straight up. He kicked it to Jared Rowe, who of the Silvan Football Club, who not only took the mark but copped one for his troubles as well. Rowe tried to give the little handball off. He's been told he has to go back over the man on the mark, so a sloppy kick goes inside forward 50 now. Which way's it? Fennell was the one that overran the football. Comes up now. Cowan, big fly over the back. Dean Jansen pulls in an absolute ripper, and he's got enough purchase on his boot to be able to put this one through. Tim Fitzsimmons, let's cross down boundary side.
Sean Jones for Silvan's just come off, looking very ginger. It looks like he's got a bit of a cork thigh, so we'll see how he pulls up from that.
So Dean Jansen on the left boot. Sends it goalward, has it got the carry, it's right to the line. Well done there by Cowan, and top to the two big men to get a touch on that one and force it through for a minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard sees Silvan move on to 4 goals, 6-30. They're trailing by 5 points. Fairpark 5-5-35.
Just a really great effort from Andrew Knight to get that ball out there too. Really, really good in and under he's been in this quarter.
Really good mark there from Rowe in the middle of the ground for Silvan. They go forward once again. The kick goes inside forward 50. Another turnover. His knee takes it for the Lions. Cross centre half back. This time elects to go straight down the middle, and it was a good kick too. Jones came over the top there. Smith was at the fuller ball for Silvan, got the handball out wide, and now the Cats might be able to use the corridor here. Here's Rowe, handball over the top, put Smith under a lot of pressure, so the Lions might get a chance here. I said, give it to me, boys. Let's have a bounce.
That was an excellent tackle, that. He trapped it well. One of the interesting things, I'm not sure whether Bailey knows how to play centre forward, because they had the ball then, went for the long kick, and he was 50 metres away from it then. He's not understanding his role at the moment.
Kick goes out wide. Little handball over the top, barging his way through there, but Dome, that was okay. Got a little handball away to Rowe, and they're linking up. He's Knight on the left boot, just pops it over the top, and they did well there to get the target there in Trent Fennell. And he'll go back and have another shot on goal, this time to put Silvan back in front.
I'll tell you what, Knight's been really good around the concert. He's got an unusual kicking action, and I think if he goes back and look at his tape, every kick's been ugly, but they've all been effective. So he's done very, very well.
So chance for Silvan to get back in front. This one looks like it's gone left again through for another behind.
They've definitely had their chances in the past few minutes, and Knight has been involved in both of those short passes, but Silvan will be kicking themselves that they haven't converted here.
Silvan 1 goal 5 from set shots today, thanks to Tuesday.
It is delicious. The kick comes in, looking the middle of ground. Cowan had carried over his head there, and Rowe took the mark. Got it knocked out of his hands. Almost could have got a 25 then, but Silvan up towards the half-forward line. The ball's pushed very close to the boundary. Can it be kept in? That was really clever there by Jansen. Got the handball away. Here's Aaron Rowe on the right boot. He sends it going down in the front spot. The big man takes the mark. He's only 15 metres out, and surely he will put this one through the big sticks.
And look, and while who is it? Sean will be really.
Oh no.
Well, he moved it on pretty quickly there, and he's kicked it into the post. So you wouldn't read about that one. You would have seen it on the replay. Another behind to Silvan.
He's getting
25 here.
25 because he got dealt with after the frustration of missing that goal. Well, I was going to say, Sean will be really upset. 2 kick-outs they've had. They've gone in the middle and they've had uncontested marks in the middle, which he'd be really angry about that.
Need kicks it out towards the wing position, bouncing away from all players, and over she goes.
And even then, that's the wrong option to take when you have the win and you've got that a kick to a short contest out in the wing. Get it into the dangerous areas, and they're just not doing it well enough at the moment, Fairpark.
Throws it in, but it's going back.
You can't question their endeavour though. They're just lacking a little bit of polish with their outside run, but their endeavour on the football, and I suppose their commitment to the game plan can't be questioned today. Even if the game plan does seem a little bit unusual at times with where some of the plays are set up though, Davo.
Yeah, yes, that's a good way of putting it.
Pye throws it in. Bailey had the front spot, comes out towards the Knight direction. Eyes over the football, got the handball away, so the kick goes forward once again for Silvan in the front spot, knocking it away. They had the numbers aligned. The kick goes up towards the forward pocket, but Mr. Reliable, Nathan Smith, takes the mark in the back pocket.
Don't kick it short. That's all I can say.
Well, he took the advice and he goes out towards the Mercer direction. Standing strong over the back, though, was Badome, who just plucked it on the second bite. Swings around now, spears a pass inside forward 50 over the back of all players. And here's Smith on the right boot to relieve the pressure now for the Lions. Kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. Jones, little handball over the top. That was okay. Shepherd up towards the half-forward line, getting down low and taking the mark there was Fennell. He's getting amongst it here in this second term. He's still about 70 metres out from goal. You can see Jansen screaming for it just inside the 50 arc. Instead, he goes long towards the Spooner direction. He was double teamed. Knight at the fall of the ball. Snap around the body, and Smith takes another mark. Let's cross down boundary side.
I've been counting Smith's efforts, and that's at least number 6 is either marked or assisted in getting out of Silvan's entry. So 6 entries stopped by that man.
Smith goes out wide. Mark's been taken by Gareth Bailey. He'll swing around now on the right boot. Going more direct this time. That's what we're happier to see, as a kick goes out towards the Pegram direction, knocked away from him. Smith for Silvan couldn't keep the ball alive, and over she goes.
If they can get a little bit more of outside run or defensive run, they could tear this game apart, Fairpark, because I think their forward line's nice and open and it's got lots of potential. They're just not getting it in there quick enough at the moment.
A knock over the top there by Bowes. He threw his head back. Joel Selwood like. Umpire said no.
Do you think that's, though, because they're pushing a lot of numbers into the back line for Fairpark to try and to block up that Silvan forward line, and then they're just not able to get there in time?
Possibility, yeah.
23 minutes gone. It is a 4-point lead to Fairpark. They lead 35-31. Inside forward 50 it goes now. Looking for Pegram. Bounced away from him. lost his footing, so Silvan did have the time to get that clearing kick. Massive fly over the back there by Bedome. He used his opponent as a step ladder in that instant. That was a fantastic mark play of the day so far. What can they do from it though? They need to drive the ball forward. They need to hit up a target. Going forward now, Fennell goes in towards the middle of the ground. They tried to square things up. Now back up towards the half forward line. Fennell is also there again. He'll chase after the football very close to the boundary line. In there was Dadswell for the Lions. He was probably happy to see it go over the boundary line and out.
And there's a case of great mark, just not hitting the target when you needed to hit the target to go through the middle then.
Yeah, definitely.
Pye brings it in. So they had the numbers. Fitness was there. He couldn't bring it down. Snap around the body. Goes to the top of the goal square where Dow was, but through it goes for a minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 24 minutes into the second term on EFL game day, and it is Silvan trailing this one 4-8-32 to Fairpark 5-5-35. Scoreboard will tell you 34, but Soupy's on the money. Comes out, Cowan takes the mark. Big man in the long sleeves. He wants to go direct towards the Pegram direction. Nice fist away there from White, but at the fall of the ball, he had teammates there into support in Shepherd. Couldn't quite trap it right on his hammer. Tom McNamara, who's kicked 2 first half goals for the Lions.
They're probably leading too much to that flank in that situation. They need to be more to centre half forward, where if the ball gets punched away, it doesn't go straight out of bounds. You've got more of a chance of roving it better.
Comes out now. Guglielmi couldn't get boot to ball.
Because Silvan can defend that quite easily when it goes there. Just punch it towards that boundary and stops their run. Whereas Fairpark, I like the way that they can transfer from arc to arc, but at the moment they're just not getting into the right spot in the arc.
Pye throws it in. Jansen over the top of it. Big man in there in Hurd. He went after it again, as did Aaron Rowe in the helmet.
Yeah, definitely. If they can just straighten up through there, it will give them opportunities on either side of the flanks to run through and robe that pack for sure.
Hurd straight down the throat though of Jansen for Silvan, who kicked it as high as he did long up towards the wing position. Litchfield didn't get fist to ball, so it's now in the arms there of James Fitness, who kicks it up towards the half forward line, but we'll blame the wind on that one. It goes over the boundary line and out of bounds on the full.
Could have been affected after the kick too, I think, from what I could see, but no, nothing going with that one.
See a happy young fella handing back the football over the fence as Shepherd squared up a teammate. Across half back now they go. Smith, they can move it to the broadcast side, but they just can't hit a target. They had 2 players there in Jansen and Bedome to take the mark, but they went straight down the throat of Cowan, who gets it away. Here's Deegan up inside forward 50. He goes at the back of the pack though, mopping up nicely. Shepherd, grubber sort of kick, but a valuable 25-30 metres just to get it across that defensive arc. And now the Cats, can they use the football well here? Got the handball away just in the nick of time. Bowes, little handball over the top now. Will this one be able to sit up? Jansen's waiting for the handball from Smith of Silvan. No player can trap the football. Coming in Deegan for the Lions to lay that pressure, and we'll have a bounce.
Now, is it just me, or has Jansen moved from the back line to the forward line in this quarter?
It's just you.
It's just me. I thought he was
just
playing
not
back
only
early.
joking. No, I think he's just, like a lot of players, they are following the ball from end to end. As Knight on the left boot goes inside forward 50. Up across the half forward line now. Well done there by Knee. Got it away, but Silvan once again, they'll have the numbers. Knight inside forward 50. Goes towards the Dow direction. He waits at the back. The big man, little handball. That was good play. Got it to Kiddo. Linked up well in the goal square for Begley. He's not going to miss that one.
No,
or did he miss it?
He's hit the post.
He's hit the post from point blank range.
Oh.
They
Wow.
just can't buy a goal at the moment, the Silvan Football Club. Must be incredibly frustrating for the coaching panel on the bench. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it's a 2-point ball game, 4-9-33 Silvan, 5-5-35 Fairpark. Deep into this second term. Can the Lions make them pay here? Up towards the wing position. Here's a bit of a go for them. Deegan got the handball out wide. He was looking for fitness. Goes backwards to go forwards. Scrambling kick up towards the wing, and Fortescue takes it. He can use the middle of the ground if he wants to. He goes that way. Badomi waited for it. Copped one for his troubles in the chin from the football. Big man Hurd came in. Got the handball away just in the nick of time. Goes after it again. That was good play on the right boot. Goes inside forward 50. Looking for Pegram. One bite. Couldn't pull the second one down as the siren sounds to announce half-time, and we expected a close one out here today at Fairpark, and that's exactly what we're getting here on EFL Game Day. It is Fairpark 5-5-35 to Silvan 4-9-33. The only major goal kicker on the ground today is Tom McNamara for the Lions. He has 2. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on EFL.org. Plenty of great games as you go local for your football, and Barry Cotts will get all you fans excited with those important scores and so much more right after this.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
Oh, I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I could put together a really cool playlist.
Frank Sinatra.
Elton John.
Beethoven. John Lennon.
Boy bands.
A lot of 90s.
I'd certainly not be opposed to people dancing.
Finger food.
Party pies.
Homemade pickles. I'd like some cakes. They will be very bread.
Drinks.
I have a thing for pink lemonade.
And lots of coffee.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique, and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern. A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Up the Mitcham Tigers!
Calm the Burners!
Let's go, Panthers!
What a mark! Let's go, doggies!
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1 EFL Game Day here at Fairpark Reserve, and an interesting game indeed. Fairpark 5-5-35 to Silvan 4-10-34. Barry Cotts here at the EFL Game Day Score Centre. It's rather blistery day here at Fairpark in Ferntree Gully. A strong northwesterly wind. Let's turn our attention to some Division 1 scores. Doncaster Blackburn, we're still waiting on a half-time score, but it was Doncaster 4-2-26 to Blackburn 1-2-8. East Ringwood and Norwood. Norwood 3-2-20 to East Ringwood 2-4-16. Last score from Vermont, we had 1-8-14. Vermont to Novel Park, 2 behinds, 2 points. Bayswater and Roval half-time. It's Bayswater 5-4-34, leading Roval 4-4-28. Montrose to South Croydon. Last score was South Croydon 3-1-19 to Montrose 1-1-7. And Baldwin 2-1-13 to North Ringwood 1-2-8. To Division 2, Mooroolbark and Knox. Knox 3-1-19, leading Mooroolbark 2-1-13. Mulgrave 1 Turner South. Mulgrave 5 goals straight 30 to 1 Turner South 2-4-16. Lilydale 7-7-49. Bit of a lead over Mitcham at 3-4-22 out there at Walker Park at Mitcham. Doncaster East Waverley Blues. It's Doncaster East 6-7-43, leading Waverley Blues 5-32. To Division 3, and Churnside Park was leading Park Orchards 2-4-16 to 5 behinds, 5 points. The Basin East Burwood 3-4-22 to 1-2-8. South Belgrave and Scoresby 6-5-41 to South Belgrave 3-4-22. Warrandyte and Ringwood 6-9-45 to Warrandyte, 1 goal straight 6. Heathmont and Baronia, big lead to Heathmont. Heathmont 10-3-63 to Baronia 4-5-29. To Division 4, Glenwaverley Hawks and Donvale. Glenwaverley Hawks 6-6-42 to Donvale 4-6-30. Coldstream 5-2-32 to Kilsyth 3-2-20. And Forest Hill and Surrey Park, it's Forest Hill well ahead, 8-5-53 to 3-4-22 at half-time. In AFL action this afternoon, the game's at Etihad Stadium, the big game between the Western Bulldogs and St Kilda. It's currently the 13-minute mark of the third quarter, and it's the Western Bulldogs 7-7-49 leading St Kilda 5-4-34. So there's your EFL Game Day Score Centre update.
Thank you very much to Barry Cotts there. Just recapping some of the goal kickers for Fairpark and Silvan this afternoon. Tom McNamara with 2 goals. Jason Pegram has 1, as does Nathan Smith and Mark Flintoff. While for Silvan, Aaron Rose kicked a goal. Andrew Knight has 1, and as does Andrew Dow. Let's go to Grant Campbell for some stats that matter.
In that second quarter, the Ruckman really had no influence. It was 8-1 hitouts to advantage in the first quarter in favour of Fairpark, but in the second quarter it was just 2-1 hitouts to advantage in favour of Silvan. Silvan winning the clearances 10-7. They dominated contested possessions 52-31. They won the uncontested possessions 40-34. Had 16 inside 50s to 11. And took 4 marks inside 50-2, but obviously their goal kicking was problematic. The 6 behinds, and from set shots, 1 goal, 6 today. You can see why it's been 24 games since they've kicked 100 points with some of the goal kicking we've seen on display, and unless that improves in the second half, they may kick themselves out of this one.
Silvan winning the clearances at the moment, Grant, and they just haven't, as we saw in that second quarter, and as you mentioned, they just haven't been able to put it on the scoreboard, and they've kicked 4 goals, 10, they should probably be a few goals in front at half-time.
I think that's a fair comment. The first quarter was pretty even, but really that was dominated by Silvan that second quarter. Yet Fairpark have kicked 2 goals and Silvan haven't kicked any. Silvan probably, let's say, at least 3 of their set shots they've missed definitely should have kicked. So you add another few goals onto the score and the complexion of the game really changes.
Recapping those half-time scores currently, it is Fairpark leading Silvan by 1.55-35 to Silvan, 4 goals, 10-34. Bit of a wasteful second quarter there by Silvan. Missed some very gettable opportunities in front of goal. But recapping the goal kickers, Tom McNamara has 2 goals. Smith has 1. Flintoff has 1, as does Jason Pegram for Fairpark. And on to Silvan, Aaron Rowe has 1, Andrew Knight has 1, and Andrew Dow has 1 goal. Went across out to Corey Norris on Channel 9 News. Corey, what's happening in the world of news and sport? Have we got you, Corey? Unfortunately, we don't have Corey Norris on the line at the moment. Hoping to catch up with him at some stage later this afternoon. Barry, recapping some of those scores, there's some absolutely corking games happening in Division 1 at the moment, and the Sharks doing it fairly easily over Blackburn at the moment.
Yes, they certainly are. 26-8 was our last score. We're expecting a half-time score very soon. So, yes, Doncaster actually jumped out of the blocks over Blackburn this afternoon. So, probably not unexpected, I wouldn't have thought, but Blackburn, of course, very competitive side, so you think that maybe the score's a little bit closer. Nord and East Ringwood, a bit of a close tussle. Nord 3-2-20 to 2-4-16 East Ringwood. And a bit of an inaccurate kicking. Last score from Vermont was 1-8 2 behinds 2 points. So a bit of inaccurate kicking. Probably not surprising on a day like today. Pretty hard kick goals with that strong northerly wind.
Certainly is probably the match of the round as well in Division 1. Vermont taking on Noble Park. I'm interested that have kicked 1 goal 8 in the first quarter to Noble Park's 2 behinds. Now, I'd be interested to know how many of those behinds belong to Jake Best, who's been getting on the end of quite a few goals in previous weeks, and once he gets a roll on, it's very hard to stop him. So he'll be looking to back up a fortnight of stellar performances this afternoon, and he could prove to be the difference once again. Barry, moving on to Division 2, what else have we got?
Oh, before we do that, we've got a Park Orchards Churnside Park score at half-time. It's Park Orchards 9-9-63 leading Churnside Park 2-5-17. So a significant lead to Park Orchards there at half-time over Churnside Park. And, sorry, you got to say?
Certainly is, Barry. We're going to cross out live now to Corey Norris from Channel 9 News to update us on what's happening in the world of news and sport.
Good afternoon, Dan. How are you?
We're very well, thanks, Corey. It's quite a tight tussle happening out here at Fairpark Reserve. It's currently the Lions leading Silvan by a solitary point.
Oh, there you go. That looks like a thriller, and we're set for a bit of a thriller at Etihad too. It's Western Bulldogs 21 points up over St Kilda halfway through the third term, but it's been a real physical, real tug-of-war match so far. So I reckon it will go right down to the final minute. Bit like that game last night up there in Sydney with the Hawks. Wasn't that a thriller?
It was absolutely brilliant to see. It was brilliant to see Roughhead. He's a fantastic comeback story this season, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, and just the way he composed himself in that minute and a half to go, and outside 50 slotted it. So we've catched up with the Hawks as they return this morning. Is their season back on track? I'm not sure we go as far as saying that just yet, but 4 wins and certainly playing some much better football than they were in the first 6 or 7 weeks. So also in 9 News tonight, forensic officers are scouring a rubbish truck in Preston after a man's body, this is horrible, was found in a bin early this morning. A male surfer has unfortunately died after being struck on the head by his board during a competition at Gunnamatta Beach on the Mornington Peninsula. Chappelle Corby, we've heard a fair bit about this. She's preparing to head home with 100 police officers, can you believe, set to be involved in her deportation from Bali, and childcare workers have vowed to walk off the job as part of a campaign for equal pay. And of course, you can catch all that news tonight with Alicia Loxley at 6 o'clock, boys.
Very nice work from you there, Corey Norris. On the other side of this break, we're going to go back to Fairpark, taking on Silvan here at Fairpark Reserve. It's currently the Lions leading Silvan by a solitary point.
Hey man, hope we win this weekend. Hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Bar. Because if your AFL team wins, you can go and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase. Free pancake first your team wins and then your belly wins. Win-win. Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Bar.
Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles and much, much more. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it local across the Eastern Football League.
Up the Mitcham Tigers!
Calm the Burners!
Let's go, Panthers!
What a mark! Let's go, doggies.
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account. EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
EFL Game Day here at Fairpark Reserve. The players are back on the field with the umpires, and the second half to start very shortly. And Barry Knights here at the EFL Game Day Score Centre. Let's go through some scores. Division 1, Bayswater and Rowville. It's Rowville 9-4-58 to Bayswater 7-6-48. East Ringwood and Norwood. Norwood 8-8-56 to East Ringwood 2-6-18. North Ringwood and Bourne. It's last score we had was Bourne 2-1-13, North Ringwood 1-2-8, Doncaster 6-3-39 over Blackburn 3-6-24, and Vermont 5-11-41. A close thriller game as it would have expected to be over Novel Park 6-3-39. So a 2-point lead to Vermont over Novel Park at half time. Turning our attention to Division 2 scores. And firstly, Mirrabbark and Knox. Knox 3-1-19, Mirrabbark 2-1-13. Mulgrave 7-2-44 is trailing Wanturna South 6-11-47. Mitcham and Lilydale well on top 9-8-62 to Mitcham 3-4-22. And Doncaster East and Waverley Blues, it's Doncaster East 7-10-52 to Waverley Blues 7-3-45. So Waverley Blues have come back in the second quarter to behind by only 7 points at half time. Turning our attention to Division 3 scores. And some interesting games there this afternoon as well in Division 3. And the Basin and East Burwood. The Basin well ahead. The Basin 12-8-80 to East Burwood 3-6-24. Heathmont 10-3-63 to Baronia 4-5-29. And Warrandyte 2-6-18 trailing Ringwood 7-10-52. So Ringwood well ahead 7-10-52 to Warrandyte. A lowly 2-6-18 at half time. And finally to Division 4 scores. And we have Glen Waverley 7-7-49 to Donvale 4-6-30. Coldstream 13-4-82 to Kilsyth 3-2-20. And Forest Hill 8-5-53 to Surrey Park 3-4-22. So there's your score update to halftime at the EFL Game Day Score Centre.
So just recapping some of the major stats of the first half, which sees Fairpark lead by a point. And the first quarter was really even. There was only 2 in it in terms of kicks. They had the handballs the same, and the contested ball and uncontested possessions were very even. But very strangely, against the wind, Silvan dominated the quarter, 16 inside 50s to 11. They won the contested possessions by 21. They won the clearances by 3, yet they've kicked 0 goals, 6 for the quarter. Have they kicked themselves out of it, Davo?
I think so. To be quite honest, you can't afford to miss 2 shots from in the goal square. Another one from, 15, 20 metres out directly in front, and another one from probably 35 metres directly in front. So they're just crucial goals that you need to, in this situation, put them on the scoreboard and hurt them with scoreboard pressure. So they've kept Fairpark in it. This is a quarter, well, we call it premiership quarter. It probably is in this game, I would imagine. If Silvan can't get on top and really put some scoreboard pressure with this breeze, then you might expect Fairpark to come home with it.
We're about to get underway here in the third term. It's a 1-point ball game. Scoreboard's been updated. 35 plays, 34 as we start it once again in the middle of the ground. The knockdown came down from Spooner. He went after it again. Smith picked up the ball, though, for the Lions. Scrambly kick up towards the half-forward line. Which way's this one going to bounce? Getting a fist on it there was Bailey. That was okay. Knocked it in the direction there of Flintoff. Couldn't quite trap the football. Silvan have the numbers. Moore overran it, though. Inside forward 50, a spearing shot on goal. It was close there by Hayden de Graaf, but pushed it to the right-hand side. It only took 25 seconds for the Lions to get their first score as we cross down boundary side with Tim Fitzsimmons.
In the second quarter, Silvan dropped the man back behind the ball against the wind, but Fairpark are going one-on-one. They're backing their forwards to get the job done.
Litchfield, the short kick in. It's been cut off, though, by Pegram from the back pocket. It was Litchfield finding a teammate, and then the short pass on has been chopped off. So a huge chance now for the Fairpark side to put the first major on the board and stretch their lead out to 8 points. So he comes in, Big man, he kicked one in the second term. He'd love one in the third. Drop punt, go for it, goal. Send sailing straight over the goal umpire's head. That is his second of the afternoon. Fair Park now have 6. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows them 6-6-42. They've got an 8-point lead at the moment.
Look at the rule of thumb is that if you've got the football in the back pocket, you don't short pass inside the forward 50 back in through the middle. If you're going to go short, you go across the goal and then open it up that way, because if it goes, you miss your target, it goes out of bounds. He's just kicked a looping ball. It's just a really poor decision. Poor decision then.
So great goal there from Jason Pegram. Comes in now, Knight for Silvan. He was being manhandled there by Driscoll. It comes out wide though, looking for De Graaf. Now up towards the half-forward line for Fair Park it goes. It's across the half-forward line there. Couldn't pull it in, was Ben Dadswell. And over the boundary line it goes.
On the flip side, though, it was a beautifully read and beautiful mark on the stretch by Pegram, and really great to get an early goal on the board for Fair Park.
And it was a good kick.
Mm-hmm.
So umpire throws it in that time. Rowe, little handball over the top. So Silvan with the chance to go through the middle of the ground, but standing strong. The big man, Hurd, takes the mark.
He ain't getting any smaller.
Loving that Mo as well. On the right boot. Goes out wide. They've started very promising here, Fair Park. The kick goes in Pegram direction. One bite, couldn't pull it down on the second attempt. Kiddo was in there. Over the top there, Smith for the Lions. Umpire said, give it to me, boys. We'll bounce this one about 45 metres out from the Lions goal line. Quick restart, a lot of players around this football. Pegram got the knockdown, quick clearing kick though for Silvan. Out towards the wing position, going back with the flight was Nathan Smith. What courage that was there. He's still on the deck. Very surprised we didn't hear a whistle earlier. But we'll have a bounce, just getting up quite gingerly. I tell you what, when you're backing into a big man such as Andrew Dow, that is the courage personified. Absolutely amazing stuff. We want to see him get up. He's having some sort of a game as it comes out now towards Dietzel on the right boot up towards the half-forward line. This time it was Need who overran it. Had some support though. Little look-away handball was eventually chopped off by Rowe. Gets it out, and then once again another disposal which goes awry, and the short pass by Hall hits Smith. So good to see him back up and getting touches straight away. Great to see. Kick goes out wide, right near the Silvan bench, and over the boundary line it goes and out.
That act cannot be underestimated. He backed good 10 metres to get into that path, and he knew who was coming and he knew what was coming, and he did it anyway. That's just that's got to lift the boys for sure.
Yeah, absolutely inspirational stuff there as it comes out near the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Lions have the numbers. Comes in now. Slow pick up there by Will, but he got it away to De Graaf. He got the handball away. And Stacks on the mill, sees a free kick actually being paid here for in the back. So Fair Park, a chance to go forward now. The kick goes up towards the Pegram direction. Over the back there, it was mopped up by White. Got the handball away, but it was stolen there by Cowan, who in turn coughed it back up to White. Can they use the corridor now? Silvan kick up towards the half-forward line. It was a spearing kick and a really strong mark there taken by Kiddo. He's going to go back. He's probably a little bit too far out to score here. He'll kick it to the hot spot though, inside forward 50 it goes. Has it got enough carry to Dow? He's trying to claim the mark. The umpire said no. And we will have a bounce about 40 metres out from goal.
Wow, that was just some frenetic handball and kick-to-kick and end-to-end stuff, and no real flow at all at the minute.
So Hurd goes up. Spooner had the front spot that time, Soupy, as it hits the deck. Umpire allowing play to go on here. It's quickly kicked on goalward. It was under a bit of pressure there was Daniel Begley, and through for one behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 5.5 minutes into the third term, and it's Fair Park leading this one at 6-6-42 to Silvan 4-11-35. A margin of 7 points. Fair Park leading this one. So the kick comes in now. Big fly over the back. It was Rowe. Took the mark for Silvan. They'll get a chance here. Here's Bryce Litchfield. Got the little scrambly kick up towards half-forward line. He was met after he kicked. It could have nearly been downfield. Overrunning at that time there was Rowe. Got the handball away. The kick goes forward now for Silvan. Has it got enough of the carry? It does, but it goes wayward to the left and another behind ensues.
That's about the fourth time that Rowe has taken a mark from the kick out, and the players on him have just got to become a little bit more attack. They've just not even put their body against him in the contest. They just can't allow that each time, Fairpark. So got to work a little bit harder in that area.
So Hall's kicking, found his teammate in Mercer for the Lions, up towards the wing position. A big fly and a strong mark taken there by Bailey. Certainly is a big unit on the right boot, kicks up towards the centre half forward area. That spotted up a teammate there in Hurd on the right boot. He goes inside looking for his teammate there in Pegram. This way, that way. He's got to break 2 tackles, get the handball away. Found Smith, little look away handball over the top. That's okay. Flintoff dispossesses the football, so it'll be a Litchfield who linked up well now. It's Dietzel, has 2 bounces, might even go for the third. Wanted to square things up, used the corridor very well. They had the numbers. I think there might have been a free kick against Silvan here for a bit of shepherding out. I did see that one from Fortescue, so they had the numbers too. It was all a 3-on-1 situation there, so probably a little bit unnecessary. The kick goes out towards the Hurd direction though. Nice little spoil there by Jansen for Silvan. Lions at the fall of the ball have the numbers though. Scrambly kick up towards the Dadswell direction. Swings around on the right boot. Goes up towards Pegram. Bouncing football away from him it goes. Will it hit the boundary lines? Happy to see it go over is Matty White right in front of the faithful and the Burger tent out here at Fairpark, and we'll have a boundary throwing 50 metres out from goal.
That last disposal into side 50's just hurt him in the last 3 minutes. Pegram's had good leads, they just haven't been able to hit him with the right kick.
Bailey got the knockdown. Silvan have the numbers at the fall of the ball. Nice little link up there is Guglielmi, who tried to bust his way through 2 tackles. He's been pinged. So, again, the Lions through Eddie. He just pops it up looking for the Pegram direction. He had the front spot. He had 1 bite on it. It was spoiled against him. Bain went in really hard for Silvan. He copped one pretty high, and he hasn't got the biggest of frames as well. And good courage shown by him. So takes the free kick just inside the defensive arc now. Kicks it out to the broadcast side. Up towards the wing position. Pulling in an absolute ripper. One-hander there was Dan Begley. Wants to get it moving though. Switches the ball up towards centre half forward. He was looking for Jake Rowe. Probably too small in that instant. It came over the top. There was Hall. Going in after it also. There was Zalumis. Got it out wide. Backing himself there is Filtness. I called him fitness in the first half. I apologise, but he's showing great fitness as well as he kicks it out wide now. It's found De Graaf on the right boot. He'll set sail. He backed himself in. It was a bit of a helicopter punt style, and it couldn't reach the inside forward 50 because pulling in a good mark was Troy Smith for Silvan, and his kick was an absolute shocker in the middle of the ground. Lux of Fortune almost no, but the drop was the mark was dropped by Need, and now Need for the Lions goes forward, kicks it to the top of the goal square. Which way will this one bounce? It goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
When he tries to kick short, he's not great, but I tell you what, I've been impressed with the way he comes out of defence and kicks the ball long. That's what he needed to do then. Actually have a shot at goal because he's got the hoof and kick it properly. He just tried to short pass and wasn't great.
Yeah, it's deep in the forward line. Ball thrown in from the Cooper Dooley forward pocket there.
These players trying to do the team thing always have a go at goal.
Higher throws it up now. It's still in that forward arc for the Lions, barging his way through. Little knock over the top there by Moore, and now they'll link up here through Knight in the middle of the ground. They're 2 kicks from home if they just go direct. The kick goes towards the row direction. He was outnumbered. Bouncing football. Smith is going to be there to mop up for the Lions on the right boot. Wants to hit up a target, and he's kicked it way to the left. And I tell you what, that's probably the first time he's let himself down for the whole afternoon, Smith. The kick goes too wide for Filtness, and it'll be Dean Jansen to bring the ball back in. It'll just be beyond him here. He does have the wind behind him, and he is a pretty decent kick as well. So He'll wind up on the left. He'll kick it to the hot spot. It's going to fall right at the top of the goal square. Big fly there from Hurd to get a timely fist on the ball. Smith just giving a don't argue to his own teammate there. Oh, at the top of the goal square and dribbling one home was Fortescue. Right place, right time, and he puts it through the big stick. Silvan get their first goal of this quarter, and they scores are level. 42 apiece out here, Fairpark and Silvan on EFL game day.
You can't just defend a ball like that. You've got to put it through the points. It's no good trying to keep it in and a little over the top handball, because that, they had control of the footy. Just go back and set it up again. That was disappointing because they've actually defended quite well. I think Fairpark the last 5 minutes.
So it's all square. Driscoll in the middle there, got the handball away to Cowan, strongly met there by Fennell.
But on the flip side, boy, did Silvan need that goal after their array of points in the past half an hour of football.
Rucks go at it at the fall of ball. Knight over the top of it now. McNamara got boot to ball. Umpire's blown his whistle, so I think it might be a free kick going the way of the Lions. It is. They've got players out wide here. Smith's made his way down, kicks it up towards the half-forward line. That was a beautiful kick. He made amends for that out of bounds only moments ago, and the big man Pegram, well, he takes the mark just outside the forward arc, but he's going back as if he might back himself in from here.
And really, they've got to look at Smith. They can't allow him to get as much clean ball as what he's getting from that defensive area. They've had no one go back on him all day, and the Silvan player that's doing the same is not having the same impact.
2 goals already, starts it right, and it stays right, way right, out of bounds on the full. Let's cross down boundary side. Tim Fitzsimmons.
You just said with that kick there, it stayed right. The breeze definitely has dropped off quite a bit. It's starting to pick up a little bit now as I say that actually, but it's definitely not as strong as the first half.
Litchfield spotted up Jansen. So, defensive arc for Silvan. On the right boot, ball really just sat up that time, and they're kicking with the breeze. It comes out now. Big man Bailey got the handball away. Now the lines through Smith on the right boot, just pokes it up towards the Pegram direction. No, the Pegram direction is further afield because Bennett comes out and takes a strong mark. They're 2 kicks from home here. The Lions, it goes inside forward 50. A huge fly over the back that time by Dagouris. Goes after it again. Nicely done though there by Bose. Got the handball away and they've linked up well. Guglielmi kicks it out towards the wing position. Right in front of Chris Murphy, and the Silvan coaching squad picked up nicely though. It stayed alive. That was good play by Fortescue. He kicked the last goal of this game to square the ledger.
Aaron Rowe's been quite lively in the first part of this quarter. The forward pressure he applied was that out of bounds on the full kick from Smith to get that goal, and just there again on the half forward line, really putting some good pressure on and exciting to watch.
And that's what you want from your forwards, if they're able to do that. Out of position, continue to make sure you put forward pressure on and keep the ball in your area.
So ball back into play now. Worked out of it, Need. Well done there by Knight around the body, you little beauty. That was an absolute corker. Fantastic goal there from Silvan, and one of their better players for the afternoon in Andrew Knight. He kicks his second for the day, and Silvan have hit the front once again. They lead by 1 straight kick as we cross down to Davis Harrigan.
That's just smart awareness from the boundary throw-in. You got the ruckman straight to him, and just a simple goal. It's all about the game awareness, and that's exactly what Silvan have done. They've picked it up, and Alana was saying they've definitely picked it up this second half.
Around the grounds in Division 1 at half-time, Norwood lead by 4 points over East Ringwood. It's a 1-goal lead to Bayswater over Rowville, and a 23-point lead to North Ringwood over Balwyn. So
Ray's going to need a hug.
Keep our eyes on those games as they come through with Barry Cotts for the score centre of the afternoon. Well done there by Dow. Here's Bryce Litchfield. Can he put 2 in a row? He can't. He pushed it to the right-hand side, and through it goes for a minor score. They've increased their lead by 1, and 7 points is that margin. Silvan lead Fairpark.
It's to advantage this quarter, 5-0 in favour of Silvan. They're winning the clearances 8-5. Contested possessions, they're leading 22-19.
In Division 2, it's Murrelbach leading, Knox leading Murrelbach by 1 goal at half-time. It's a handy 14-point lead to Mulgrave over Wanturna South, and also a 27-point lead to Lilydale over Mitcham, and Doncaster East hitting the lead in that second term to lead the Waverley Blues at half-time as the ball comes back in for the Lions now. Right near the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, far side, Scoresby side of the ground. A big fly over the back that time there by White. Couldn't pull the mark down. Lions have the numbers at the fall here. Nicely done there by Filtness. They're going backwards to go forwards. Bailey, this way, that way. Got boot to ball up towards a half-forward line, giving away a free kick. You would have thought there was Guglielmi. The umpire said it was okay. Hitting the deck hard there was Tom McNamara. Good tackle there by Bryce Litchfield, and he is going to be rewarded as well.
That was two excellent bits of play. McNamara read the ball beautifully. Litchfield, great tackle. I thought he was away then. I thought he'd goal that McNamara, so great bit of play from Litchfield.
Litchfield's kick goes up towards the wing. Jared Rowe, big fly there and a strong mark. There was a lot of courage involved in that also. So Jared Rowe called to play on. That was an interesting one. Got the handball away to Smith. He's copped it up. Here's Hall. He's got dispossessed. So another holding the ball and another chance here for Silvan. Here's Knight. Gets the handball away. Will they use the corridor? That's the way that it seems they're going to go. Straight down the middle, but straight down the throat of Shane Mercer for Fairpark. And it's again another turnover and another chance for Fairpark to go forward. He was using his body well. There was McNamara. The ball went over the top of him. They did have the numbers. Almost Grant Campbell getting a touch there in the caravan.
Maybe spewing that one went out of bounds. They were on if
They
they kept
were
that
on.
in.
He just needed to try and work a bit harder to push it back in, and they were gone. They were away.
Hyatt brings it in. A bit of holding against Bailey, I think, that time. So a free kick will go the way of Silvan. A few Bronx cheers from the fans. Gets the handball away to Bowes, linked up well with Shepherd, kicks it up towards the Knight direction, takes a strong mark. He's been good.
Really good, hasn't he? Really good.
Knight up towards the half-forward line. He kicked it to a 2-on-1 situation then. It went out wide. Overrunning it was Filtness. And the umpire comes in to pay a free kick. I think it was in the back to David Bennett then, the big man copping one and getting up a little bit gingerly, but wants to give the handball away. So Smith on the right boot up towards the wing. That was a beautiful kick there by Smith. Hit Eddie. So Eddie on the right boot squares things up. It's okay. Nathan Whirl on the right boot, the middle of the ground. This is the place to go. This is where they've come unstuck a few times already in this term. Up towards the half-forward line. A big fly from the side there from Deegan. He couldn't go after it. Litchfield at the fall. The ball did. Good play there from Rowe, but he coughed it up. Kick goes inside forward 50. Bouncing football. Looking for McNamara. It wasn't pretty going to him. Made him work extremely hard, and over she goes for a boundary throwing.
Tough going for forwards when the ball's not coming in nice and clean. It makes it really hard for them to make position, and when they do make it, they're trying to adjust that position is quite difficult. But look, it really is a game of momentum at the moment. You know, one team's got momentum for 5 minutes and the next team seems to get on top for 5 minutes. It's all about who can get the cleanest possession, I suppose, at the moment, because there's a fair bit of pressure on around the contest. So get that clean possession and hopefully hit that target, and that puts you in a goal-scoring opportunity.
Did have a blood rule. Play restarts. Little handball over. Litchfield was in there. So too Pegram. Umpires going to bounce this one. Only a few scores in Division 3 at half-time. Let's get some scores from Ferntree Gully, Templestowe, South Belgrave, Scoresby, the Basin East Build and Churnside Park, Park Orchards. Fans, if you're out there, tweet through at Footy EFL. Is time to cross down boundary side.
Yeah, you just said blood rule coming off there is Brent Guglielmi. So he's just getting treatment. It looks like the blood's still rushing out of his face there, so hopefully he can get back on quick.
Comes out to the half back line for Silvan, pushing up towards the wing. Good work there by Hall, who was under a fair bit of pressure just to work it and disguise it well over the boundary line. Ball to be brought back in. So Hurd went up in the ruck. He had the front spot, but he was out-muscled that time there by Spooner. Got it down. That was okay there by Dietzel. Inside-out kick. Gave it to Cowan, who just got enough curl on it. That was magnificent. And now they're off. Here's Bennett. He has one bounce. The big man on the right boot squared it up magnificently. And inside forward 50 he goes. Nathan Whirl takes the mark, and he'll have a shot from just outside 50. We'll cross down boundary side shortly. We'll wait and have a look which way this kick will go. Currently trailing by 7 points is Fairpark, 6-6-42. Silvan, 6 goals at 13-49. So it's 19 scoring shots to 12, but the margin could be 1 point if this kick can go straight. That looked absolutely beautiful off the boot. Has it got enough carry all the way? No, it was touched on the line, last line of defence. Good play there and worked through. So margin back out to one straight kick. 49 plays 43 in the favour of Silvan. Let's cross down to Davis Harrigan.
Yeah, boys, I think you were looking for a South Belgrave score. They're up by 3 or 4 points early in the third term. I just jumped on Twitter and the Basin up by 56 over East Burwood.
Very much, Davis. Kick goes up towards the wing position. Knocked forward. It's across centre half forward now for the Lions. Kick goes goalward, right to the line once again. Tapped and over she goes for another behind. It's a couple in a couple of minutes, so 5 points is the margin. Silvan still holding on to the lead as Litchfield doesn't want to waste any time. Got it out. Moore takes the mark just inside the defensive zone for the Cats. He's going to drive it up towards the wing position. Cowan went for the fist. He probably should have taken the mark, but it's going to work out okay here because Deegan up towards the half forward line. He hit it up his teammate, who was quickly met there by Rowe, and umpire's going to bounce this one. So Mark Flintoff was the player there. Fancy green boots, kicked an early goal in this game. They'd be liking to see him snag another one. Get it back to all square out here at Fair Park. Bouncing football. And well done and well held in there by Spooner, the big man. He had a couple of players right on his hammer, or opponents I should say, and umpire's going to restart this one now. So Spooner over the top that time of Hurd. Came barging through. Eventually Hurd got the handball from Deegan on the left boot. He goes inside forward, 50. Picked up there by Litchfield. He had the front spot there. McNamara was after, but Litchfield gave up some meterage but wanted to switch the play, but it's now been chopped off there by Filtner. Squares things up. That's okay. Here's Will on the right boot. His kick was smothered off the boot. Umpire called play on. Bonanno have to use his opposite, switches it out wide. Safely done, and Troy Smith for Silvan takes the mark.
That's just lack of game awareness there. He had a free kick inside the 50 and decided to play on.
Kick goes up towards Whirl, who takes the mark. He's got a player all by himself inside in Flintoff, who takes it in the forward pocket, and he'll have a ping. I just brought up only moments ago. They'd like to see him put another one through, so let's see if he can step up, Alana.
He must have been listening to you, I think, BWS, because he's had more possessions in the past couple of minutes than he's had for the game.
I actually quite like this kid. I think he looks all right. I just think he's maybe in the wrong position at the moment on a half-forward flank. I'd like to see him on the wing and let him run. He gets onto his left really nicely. He's got a nice shoe, so just let him run a little bit.
So Flintoff on the left. It's a high kick. I tell you what, that looked absolutely beautiful off the boot, and it goes through for a goal. Fair Park have hit the front once again here in the third term. 24 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They lead by one solitary point.
You ask and you shall receive, BWS.
I'd like to win Tats Lotto.
Inside 50s 19-11 this quarter in favour of Fair Park. Certainly one-way domination the last 5 minutes.
And again, it seems to be just that quarter of momentum, doesn't it? 5 minutes each, having a little bit of momentum. See if Silvan can come back.
So once again, they'll go forward here. Fair Park, big fist over the top there by Shepherd. That was okay. Comes out now, Dadswell, who was under a fair bit of pressure. Had some teammates there in support. Silvan, good pressure there from Knight. Forced I thought it was going to be forcing the stoppage. You can hear the fans screaming for holding the football. Smith got the handball away back to Knight. So Silvan in towards the middle of the ground now. They were looking for Rowe. It bounced away from him, but they've got the numbers here. Spooner on the left boot, inside forward 50, looking for the big man Dow. It's a one-on-one contest off the ground. Which way will this one go? I tell you what, it was a good effort, but through for one behind. Scores are level out here at Fair Park. It's 50 apiece. 25 minutes gone in the premiership quarter.
Two really contrasting forward lines at the moment. So Silvan's is really open, just the one player down there in a one-on-one, as opposed to Fair Park is about 8 different pairs of players in that forward line setup.
Kick goes out towards the lead of Tom McNamara. He had Litchfield and Shepherd to beat in that contest. Shepherd getting up a little bit worse for wear from that contest.
Litchfield's been in everything in the past 5 minutes. He's really upped his game in this quarter.
enjoyed watching Bryce play for a number of years now. Always gives his all. Comes out now. Jansen on the left boot. Got some good curl there. He's looking for Knight. Silvan's best player today on the right boot. He goes inside forward. 50 down. Nicely knocked away from him. But front and centre, magnificent kiddo. He was in the right spot. He slams it home. And Silvan have hit the front once again. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 17-14, 56. They are Fair Park 7-8-50.
Well, you talk about a situation where you've got the ball inside one team's 50 for 5 minutes and it's gone down there for 30 seconds. They've kicked a quite easy goal, and Alana, you were correct, it was because they had a very open forward line. But what also was good is that young boy Dietzel, who had the ball then, he got it and he put it in a dangerous position straight away, just onto his boot into that hot spot, contest, run through it and kick the goal, and that's what you need to be doing. And I actually like both Knight and Dietzel. They look a bit similar.
They do.
Yes.
And I think they've both played good football in that they've been really disciplined in the way they've gone about their use of the ball, and been quite impressive.
Most definitely.
Well, looks like this game will go down to the wire. It's been close all afternoon. Rucks go at it, and we will have another bounce. 28 and a half minutes gone here in the third quarter. We will go down boundary side shortly. The umpire looks to restart this. Tim Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, we just saw the difference there. Nathan Smith in the first half was dominant, loose man behind the ball, but Andrew Knight has been terrific for Silvan there. Was the difference. He drew Smith to him, and that in turn got it to a one-on-one contest up forward.
Ball out wide. Comes out, scooped upon nicely there by Driscoll. He showed a fair bit of pace. Kick goes up towards the wing position, but Dome was there to chop it though off there for the Cats. In the middle they go. Here's Knight on the left boot, spotted up Spooner, centre half forward, this way, that way. He balks him, Candy. He sends it goalward, but he pushed it to the left-hand side. So all of a sudden after Fair Park, they were peppering the goals. It's that 5 minutes on, 5 minutes off situation, and now it's Silvan's turn, and they lead by 7 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as Davis Harrigan's got some news boundary side.
Yeah, Silvan's another blood rule. Will Shepherd came off a few minutes ago, and we got number 13, Brett Guglielmi's taped up all around his head, so Silvan's had a couple of big knocks this second half.
Some stats that matter with Grant Campbell thanks to Choose Tap.
Inside 50s now 20-14 in favour of Fair Park. Clearances 13, 8 in favour of Silvan, and the contested possessions 37-32 in favour of Silvan.
They swung around, haven't they, from the second quarter? Everything was leaderboard Fair Park on that stat sheet, wasn't it, Subi?
The second quarter was Silvan, but first quarter mainly Fair Park.
Ah, there we go. My apologies.
Comes out now. Hurd had to do the roving, got the handball away. Kick goes up, Cowan. Good courage there. Takes the mark. So, centre wing, grandstand side. Kick goes up towards the Pegram direction, out in front. He nearly could have been paid that mark there, but literally was right on his hammer. Cool head in a tough situation. Bryce on the left boot, scramble to kick up towards the wing. Good fly there by Hayden de Graaf to pull in the mark, and now it'll be Fair Park to go forward again. Kick was smothered though off the boot. They won't want to be trying to claim that mark. Bonanno on hands and knees, got the handball away, and now in the middle here's Dietzel on the right boot up towards centre half forward. Big man Dow coming from the back spot there. At the fall, the ball might be the Lions' turn. Rowe, who's been relatively quiet since the few minutes of the first term, got the handball away to Kiddo on the right boot, goes goalwards, and will it have enough carry? It stays alive. The umpire was letting that one go. The kick was before the siren, and it got right to the goal line. Great desperation there from the Fair Park backs to not let any score go through. 29.5-minute quarter there, and an exciting one also. It's a 7-point lead on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard with 30 minutes to play on AFL Game Day, and it's Silvan leading 57-50. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on afl.org.au. Barry Cotts to bring us back in and give us up to date with all those important around the ground scores as you go local for your footy with the Score Centre.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
Probably amongst my friends, I'm known for my sense of humour.
Some people know me for my laid-back attitude.
I work too much and I play too much sport and I'm a fantastic mum.
My striking good looks.
I can sing.
Do a lot of running and swimming and surfing.
My karaoke.
Getting overly passionate about sport.
I try to be there for everyone. I think that's what I would be known for in my group.
Be remembered for the great moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Tigers!
Program sponsor.
Burners.
Let's go, Panthers.
What a mark. Let's go, doggies.
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1 here at Fairpark Reserve EFL Game Day. It's three-quarter time. Fairpark and Silvan, and it's Silvan in the lead at three-quarter time. 7:15:57 to Fairpark, 7:08:50. So an exciting last quarter with only 7 points the difference. Barry Cotts here at the EFL Game Day Score Centre. Let's take a check of some scores around the grounds. And firstly to Division 1, Doncaster and Blackburn. And it's Doncaster 6-3-39 leading Blackburn 3-6-24. Norwood and East Ringwood. Norwood 8-8-56 to East Ringwood 2-6-18. Vermont and Noble Park. Vermont have broken away. Vermont 10-13-73 to Noble Park 7-4-46. Bayswater 7-6-48 trailing Roeville 11-4-70. Montrose 7-8-50 to South Croydon 7-2-44. So a close game there. And North Ringwood and Bourne 10-6-63 to North Ringwood 3-5-23 to Division 2. Mulgrave 1 Turner South. It's a close game indeed. It's only 3 points of difference. 1 Turner South 6-11-47 to Mulgrave 7-2-44. Lilydale well ahead of Mitcham. Lilydale 12-10-82 to Mitcham 6-6-42. Doncaster East 7-10-52 to Waverley Blues 7-3-45. So Waverley Blues coming back in the third quarter. To Division 3 scores, and the Basin and East Burwood. The Basin 14-12-96 to East Burwood 4-10-34. Scoresby 11-10-76 have come back to lead South Belgrave 10-9-69. Ferntree Gully well ahead of Templestowe. Ferntree Gully 9-7-61 to Templestowe 4-14-38. Bad kicking from Templestowe. Warrandyte and Ringwood. Ringwood ahead 7-10-52 to Warrandyte 2-6-18. Heathmont 10-3-63 to Baronia 4-5-29. To Division 4 now, Glen Hawks and Donvale. Glen Waverley 9-11-65 to Donvale 8-6-54. Coldstream B winners this stage in the third quarter. Coldstream 19-4-118 to Coolside 5-4-34.
Wow.
Yes, a bit of a turn up there.
Yeah, they haven't been in their best form over recent weeks, Coldstream, but good to see them back playing solid footy today.
Yes, they've kicked a heap of goals in the third quarter. But that score, 19-4-118 to Kilsyth 5-4-34. and Forest Hill and Surrey Park. It's a close game indeed. Alana will be a little bit worried. Forest Hill 9-7-61 to Surrey Park 7-9-51. So only 10-point the lead to Forest Hill at 3/4 time. And in AFL, do you want to hear the score?
Yes.
All right. Okay, we're currently the 20-minute mark of the last quarter. Western Bulldogs 11-12, 78 to St Kilda 7-7-49.
Well, it looks like that one's all over, but this one certainly isn't all over. Great stuff there. Barry Cotts on the score centre this afternoon. Let's cross down boundary side. Tim Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, I'm here with the Silvan coach, Michael Schoon. Michael, you're pretty animated there at 3/4 time. Really, really emotional. What's the message?
Yeah, look, we've really got to, we're desperate to win a game of footy here. We've played 3 quarters. We've been in it the whole time. I don't think luck's gone our way, and we've got it. Hopefully it can go our way this quarter. Just want the boys to fucking dig deep and, finish out the game. 25 minutes, give it everything. We'll see what they got here. 4 goals, run the footy into the win, and there's plenty of goals can be stored at that end. So
yeah, you said in the second quarter you were pretty a lot of the play in your forward line against the Breezy. Does that make you confident for this last quarter?
Well, look, there's been goals scored all day. There's been a heavy wind to this end, but there's been goals scored all day up that way. So there's no reason, footy going in, there's no reason you can't score goals.
Thanks for your time.
Fantastic stuff there. Tim Fitzsimmons speaking to the senior coach of the Silvan Football Club. We heard it. Hope no one else did. By to restart the game. It's all happening. 57 plays, 30 minutes of Division 4 football at its best to come. Spooner went up in the ruck for Silvan, had to robe his own football, banged it on the boot inside forward 50. He was looking for Dow at the fall of the ball. He had a teammate running after it there, but couldn't quite trap it there. And I think it was Shepherd, and over the boundary line it goes right in front of the Fairpark faithful, who will certainly be trying to will their boys over the line in this final term. By to bring the ball back into play. Spooner once again outmuscled his opponent in the ruck contest. Got boot to ball again, but this time over the boundary line and on the full. So Nathan Smith on the right boot. Spots up Dadswell across the half back line. He took a sidestep, so the umpire called him to play on, so he had to rush his kick up towards the Cowan direction. He looked like he was held, but it didn't matter anyway. A fantastic strong mark there. Wants to use the corridor, pops it up into the middle. It's a risky kick. He needed to hit the target there in Mercer. Just couldn't quite pull the mark down, but he might be able to go after it again. Oh, yeah, but he did, and he copped Dietzel high for Silvan, and he'll receive the free kick right in the middle of Fairpark. Silvan lead this one by 7 points. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on AFL Game Day. Coming out and taking a strong mark there, Begley. He wants to go up towards centre half forward. Kicks the ball inside the 50 now. A big flitz by Need over the top. Here's Spooner. Take 3 for Spooner. Can he put this one through, Spooner? He pushed it to the right-hand side. He gave it everything he had as well on the left and through. For a minor score. 8 points is the margin. 1.5 minutes into this final term. Davis Harrigan, let's cross down to you and see what happened at the Fairpark.
I'll summarise it quite quickly. Sean Stanton said they're not being accountable. They need 22 players and at least 10 are being broken too much and only 5 or 6 playing even. So if that's the one thing he wants accountability. He wants them to push up. He wants them to man up as well. And he says that if they're not manning up, they're losing it and being burnt on the outside. And I think if they can get that right, they're right in this. And
kick came out right in front of us here in the broadcast position, knocked over by Hurd. I thought he was going to knock the Caravan over if he came over the fence at that time, as the ball's thrown back in this time. Quick kick forward there by Need up towards centre half forward now, working his way to the front there was Smith, but ball bounced away from him, so it'll be Litchfield now to receive the handball across the half back line, duck the tackle backwards to go forwards. Now they'll use the broadcast side of the ground. A great run down tackle and definitely rewarded by Bennett's strong work to get into play. Handball over the top now. It's Cowan on the right boot, goes inside forward 50, still unable to hit up a target. So the Cats do have the numbers in the last line of the defence. It comes banging out, looking for the Bain direction. Cowan was a big flyer over the top there. Begley, little handball out wide. Will the ball stay alive now for Silvan? It does. The kick goes up towards the direction there of Jansen. Big fist and knocked by Need over the top, and over she goes for a boundary throw in.
I think at the moment they're just too Pegram centric at the moment. Everything's going to him. they've got to look for other options because he's being quite well held at the moment. So they've got to think of something else.
Well, let's see what they can do this time as Dadswell got booted ball up towards the half-forward line. A fly by McNamara, couldn't quite pull the mark in over the top. Flintoff dives on it. On top of him was Will Shepherd, and we'll have a bounce centre half forward for Fair Park, trailing this one by 8 points. 3.5 minutes into the final term. Hurd did well, got the knockdown. They went backwards and on the right boot. It's Dadswell up towards the half-forward line, using his body beautifully. There was Nathan World, just out-muscled his opponent to pull in the mark, and he'll go back and have a shot on goal.
And I think probably the three players that were just in that last little bit of play, McNamara, Flintoff, and now it rests with, Well, yes. They're probably the ones that you're talking about to get into the game, Davo, and take a bit of pressure off Pegram being the one they're going to every time.
Without a doubt.
Will comes in, leans over the football and makes no mistake. And he's game on here once again, a 2-point margin. It is Silvan still leading this one, 58 plays 56 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And actually, this is a game that, I don't know about you, I'm actually finding it really difficult to work out who I think is going to win it. I can't actually find anything for either side to say, oh, that's definitely the way that they're finding the way, they've got the momentum, whatever it is. So, it's very much up in the air.
Oh, Spooner's really lifted in this final term. Goes after it again, Spooner. Silvan this time. They go forward. The kick, Smith's in the front spot. Jeez, he's a good player for Fair Park. He just had eyes once again only for the football. Had players coming from behind, kicks it out towards the Cowan direction. He's really stepped up in this final term. Little handball over the top. That worked out okay. De Graaf got it on to Dadswell on the right boot. Up towards centre half forward. It goes over the back. They do have the numbers though. Here's Bowes for Silvan. On the right boot, squeezed it out. They've certainly got the numbers. Shepherd takes the mark. That's one of the worst kicks you could ever see. Now it's a chance for Fair Park to really make the pay. Here's Knee. Can he put it through? He can. Look at him get around him. That's fantastic play. Fair Park have hit the front once again on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They lead by 4 points 5 minutes into this final term.
And that's what we talked about, Need. He's half back. If he kicks the ball and kicks through the ball, he's actually a really nice kick of the footy. But look, I know it's frustrating and sometimes you get a bit pig-headed as a coach. They cannot allow Smith by himself in this back half. He is just setting up play after play after play. Got to man him up in this situation.
2 in a row for Fair Park. They're going forward again now. De Graaf, his kick was smothered, so chance here for Silvan to drive the ball forward over the top of Bainhead. This is going to go. It looked like Fair Park had the numbers. Hall was there. He copped one maybe in the back. The umpire said play on. Nicely done by Bain for the Cats. He keeps it alive and the umpire will bounce it 45 metres out from the Silvan goal line.
I just hope that Smith's mum isn't here watching this game because she'd be having a heart attack with the amount of times he goes back with the flight of the ball.
Well, wasn't that beautiful by Hurd to get it out to Need, who spotted up a teammate in Eddie on the right boot. Eddie's going to go into the middle of the ground. It was a risky kick. Is it going to pay off? No, because the Cats had the numbers. A quick kick up towards the half-forward line, bouncing in the direction of Bain. He couldn't quite trap it. Handball out wide. This is okay. Guglielmi linked up well there with Rowe, whose handball was smothered. Now it might be a chance for Fair Park with the numbers. Nicely done. That time, little handball back. Big man Hurd got the squeeze kick up towards the wing position where the mark's been taken there by Mercer. Swings around on the right boot, kicks it up towards centre half forward. Who's going to be at the fall of the ball? It's Litchfield now for the Cats. Got the linking handball. Use the corridor. It's the way to go. The kick goes up towards centre half forward. Harley Bain. He was in the front spot. He didn't take the mark, but he copped one over the shoulder, so he has the ball in his arms. He's too far out to score though for Silvan. He's just going to pop it up into the pocket this time, and he's kicked it to a 2-on-1 situation. And, well, I'll let you guess if you're listening on the radio who took the mark there. Nathan Smith once again kicks it across the face of goal. Here's De Graaf on the right boot, kicks it out towards the wing position. It was a 1-on-1 contest, and the one player in Luke Moore was the one that stood up in that contest for Silvan. Squeezed a kick, that's okay. He finds Knight, who's just happy to hold things up. He's going to go back to Moore. Inside forward 50, they go sparing pass. It went through the arms there of Jansen. Will he go after it again? Cowan got the handball away to Smith, who copped one very high, and he'll receive the ball inside the defensive arc for the Lions, but getting them a chance to get out of that danger zone.
I'll tell you what, this is one of the most, I hate to say it, gutsiest performance I've seen from a player. His willingness to just put his body on the line every single time is amazing.
Absolutely sensational. The kick goes out. Mercer couldn't quite trap it. Eddie was there also over the boundary line. It goes right in front of our boundary riders today.
Because he knows exactly what's happening. Every single time the ball comes forward, it's always going to go to Dow. He's always put himself in front, and he knows he's going to get smashed.
He's a smart footballer. He just really knows how to read the play. As it comes in, McNamara went after it. Sorry, Alana.
I was just going to say, but we all know where it's going to go. That's the problem. We know it's going to go to Dow. We know it's going to go there every single time. So when you're saying you don't know who's going to win, I just feel Fairpark's going to win this game because they've got more options to goal as opposed to Silvan. That without Dow, they don't really have the capability to manufacture too many goals.
Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Whirl was out there. He had his opponent in Shepherd there too. Over the boundary line it goes and out of bounds. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on EFL.org.au. We have a 4-point ball game and it's Fairpark leading this one. Umpire throws it in. It was a bit of a shocker. Bose had the front spot, knocked it down. Bennett threw his head back looking for the free kick, and non-officiating umpires coming in from behind to pay that free kick. So David Bennett just might be within range here.
No, he won't.
Gives the handball off now. The kick goes to the hot spot. Will it even go all the way? I think it is. You little beauty. Another goal to Fairpark and a fantastic goal there. I think it might have been Benny Dadswell who just launched it from 50 metres out, the painted arm one, and he put it through, and all of a sudden Fairpark have got a bit of a buffer.
You know, I'm really happy about that. He understood his limitations, and when he's got the ball, you can go back and try and kick the goal. Knew to give the hands off to a better kick, and they've scored the goal that way. That's really smart work, that, instead of going back, kicking something you know you can't.
Ferntree Gully have beaten Templestowe by 28 points in Division 3. You wouldn't read about that. It comes out now. It comes back to Badone with a quick answer. What a kick that was, but it hit the post. What a launch that was. That would have been just what the doctor ordered for them. It was a fantastic go. That was from inside the centre square, and it sailed and it sailed. But nonetheless, the Fairpark fans breathe a sigh of relief. They still lead this game by 9 points. Big fly from Cowan over the back. It came straight into the arms though of Badome, who thumps it on his left boot inside forward 50. Standing strong and taking a good mark there was James Toplet's cross down boundary side.
2 goal kicks. Not doing the team thing anymore. They're going straight for it, and so they should. There's not much time left.
Kick out wide. Mark Flintoff. Turn around and look at the clock, Davis. There's still probably 20 minutes made as it comes out on the left boot. Comes out now. That's okay there by Eddie. Stopped, propped, but his kick was an absolute shocker. Went up and under, dropping what he definitely should have taken there was Driscoll. He was all by himself, but it was a difficult one to read the flight of. But Dome for Silvan came in. He won the free kick from the umpire. So they're 2 kicks from home here, Silvan. But Dome will wind up on the left. Usually a neat kicker of the football, and he spotted up his teammate there in Dietzel. He's pretty far out here. He might have to just square things up. That is a beautiful kick, but just couldn't quite hit the target. Jansen was in there. Smith for the Lions got the handball away. Getting it out of the danger zone there was Driscoll. He banged it on his boot into the middle of the ground, but it's once again the Cats with the numbers. The handball comes out wide. Here's Troy Smith. Is it going to sit up for him? He stopped propped. He did well there. Thumps it on his boot, and he got knocked after he kicked it. It's going to be a downfield free kick. Bo Kiddo has the ball about 40 metres out here.
Well done for saying that. That was definitely just off the ball and completely not necessary there. So good to see it's being paid downfield, and Kiddo with a chance to give Silvan a chance.
And generally he's a decent kick, so you would expect him to go fairly close here.
Although last time we said that.
I know.
Bo Kiddo comes in to reduce the margin to 3 points only, and never looked good off the boot. He got the purchase, not the accuracy, and he pushed it through for a minor score. Fairpark lead by 8 points, 12 and a half minutes into the final term. 68 plays 60 out here.
That's 25 shots to 18.
So it'll be Smith to bring the ball back in. And it's been quickly chopped off there by Badome. We saw him launch one from inside the centre square not too long ago, so he'd be safe to say he should go back and back himself in here.
They need this.
Margin is 8 points. We're right behind him here. Can we ride this one home? He sets it up. He pushes it deep into the forward pocket. And the safety of the backs for the Lions see it go over the boundary line and out of bounds.
And that's the only thing against Smith's game when he's kicking out. Every time he's gone short, he's turned it over. He's got to go long each time to give himself clearance opportunities.
Well, Bailey for the Lions had the front spot there, got the knock away. Dietzer was in there for the Cats, Guglielmi as well. The boundary line, the paint beats all players, and we'll have another boundary throw in.
Inside 50s this final quarter, 12-7 in favour of Silvan. The clearances 7-4 in favour of Fairpark.
Doing a great job, thanks to Choose Tap today. Grant Soupy Campbell over the back. It comes Bain, the first player to meet it there. He hit the deck, he trapped it. He's going to get pinged. Juagonski. That is a beautiful tackle that was laid there by Zalumis. Got the handball away. That was good play. Over to McNamara. Thumps it on his boot. Talking about downfield free kicks. This might be another one here, and there might even be a card involved. Something's happened. Yeah, there's been a yellow card played here, so it will be Brent Guglielmi to be sent off. So
I did not say what happened there.
No, certainly not what the Silvan fans.
Now, if he goes off, and as he's running off, he goes through the mark, should that be another 25?
That's a fair comment. I'd say that it probably should be. Because
he
he's still actually on the field until he's off the field.
He just ran straight through the middle of the mark then.
Well, there is another 25,
off.
so maybe they've got the earpiece, Davo, because
Okay.
it has been paid. And it'll be Flintoff.
Geez, I should take up umpiring.
Oh, don't do that.
Flintoff, he's probably still 2 kicks from home. Well, he definitely is, but he's setting himself up. You get the feeling he's going to kick it to that hot spot. Who are going to be the flyers here? Flintoff, that Kennedy from West Coast approach comes in now on the left, sends it right to the top of the goal square over the back there. It was looking there for Pegram and went through his mitts and through for a minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 10-point game out here at Fairpark on AFL game day. What a cracker it has been. Who is going to get the chocolates today? Litchfield on the right boot, squeezed one out. Found more in the back pocket for Silvan. Drives it up towards the wing position. Big fly from Cowan out the back, and it might be a free kick though for a bit of holding. The umpire said Rowe got the handball away for Silvan up towards centre half forward. They go. Big fly there from a couple of plays. Here's Dow. Wants to get amongst it, ducked his head, and he got the free kick, the big full forward. So he's lucky in that instant, but he'll go back and he'll certainly have a shot. And he's probably not going to waste any time either. Been relatively quiet today. Dow comes in now on the right boot. He gives it everything he's got. It goes a long way, but he pushed it to the left-hand side and through for a behind.
It's a shame that one didn't go through. It would have got the Silvan boys up and about for this last 10 minutes of the game.
Oh, definitely. And as I say, look, they've had 26 shots to 19. They've frittered a lot of. That wasn't an easy shot, but they've frittered away a lot of shots that were gettable.
Well, it's Fairpark who have the lead by 8 points. A strong mark taken by Kyle Hurd. At centre half back, he wants to give it everything he's got. He kicks it out towards the Pegram direction at the fall. The ball nicely done there by Bennett. Got the handball away. The kick goes up towards the half forward line. Underneath the good, strong jukes from Nathan Whirl. He had to show courage in that instance as well. He didn't know who was coming from which way. It was a high ball and a strong mark.
And that's what you said, Alani. We need those boys to stand up, and that was a very good mark under those conditions. And he now needs to. This would really hurt Silvan if he goes back and nails this, as it's been in there Silvan's forward line a fair bit recently.
So well, he's found the big sticks today. The crowd will tell the story. Drop punt, go for it, goal. Fairpark stretch their lead to 14 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's almost time on in the final term. Is it going to be enough?
Look, I think personally it is. And with Guglielmi going off with that yellow card, they're down a rotation as well, Silvan. So they're going to be like flat out, because this game has been played tough and constant the whole time. And I think just that goal there is probably enough to get Fairpark over the line.
Ball back in the middle here. Spooner goes up there against Hurd. No clear disposal for anybody. Ball hits the deck in the arms of Daniel Begley, and he'll hand it back to the umpire.
How can Silvan get the win, Davo? What can they do?
Well, they've got to get their hands on the footy. That's the key at the moment.
Oh, Eddie just launches it from inside the centre square. That is the goal today. Fairpark are going to get this game. Fantastic few minutes from them. Eddie just launched it. He broke the tackle. He thumped it every bit of 60 metres. What a goal that was. Standard applaud.
That was awesome. That was an awesome centre clearance and just an awesome kick for goal. Yep.
And that's what we talked about. They need to get their hands on the footy, and around the contest in this last couple of minutes, they just haven't got their hands on the footy.
Grant Campbell, these stats, they do matter in the final term thanks to Choose Tap.
Well, for the day, Silvan have kicked 1 goal, 8 from set shots. You're basically not going to win any matches of football if you do that, so that's probably the key stat for them to take away. Eddie's been a consistent contributor this afternoon.
To start it again, 20 points is the margin. You can't see Silvan coming back from here, but Knight wants to say something about that, but so too does his opponent there in Filtness. Up towards the half-forward line, looks like there might be a little bit of holding there. It's going to be another free kick to Fairpark, and they can do no wrong at the moment, Alana, as the ball is in the arms of that man, Nathan Will, once again.
Yeah, and hasn't he come about in the second half? Like, relatively quiet in the first half of the game, but through the third quarter started to build. In this last quarter, he's had some really strong marks and been in really lively positions for a forward.
This could be his third in the quarter if he kicks this, I think.
He's going for goal number 3. Well, when you're hot, you're hot. And Fairpark look like they're pretty hot here as it went all the way and it hit the pine halfway up. So we've seen a few posters this afternoon, some from long range, some from no range. And through for a minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 21-point lead now to Fairpark as we hit time on EFL Game Day. One of your great games as you go local for your football today. Barry Cotts and the Score Centre will be bringing you all those important scores right after 5 o'clock today. Silvan there, it's just not working for them at the moment. Handball missed the target. David Bennett, who's worked tirelessly, goes after the ball and sees it over the boundary line. Try to bring it back in. It's getting very, very dark out here. I'd have to turn those brilliant lights on here to match that brilliant looking scoreboard. Comes out now, McNamara goes goalward, but he wanted to get amongst the fun, did McNamara, and pushed it to the left-hand side. So another behind to Fairpark. They're having all the play at the moment. 22 points is the margin.
Fairpark have scored from 8 of their 11 inside 50 entries this quarter, whereas Silvan 4 behinds from their 13 inside 50s.
I think that tells the story, doesn't it? When you talk about it like that, that's a pretty impressive stat.
More for Silvan, brings it into the back pocket. So it's really only one way to go for Silvan, and that is as direct as possible. It goes out wide.
And I think a lot of that's to do with what we talked about with the setups. When you've got one person you're kicking to, your back half are allowed to set up in a certain way because it's predictable. You go down the other way, it's a little bit more unpredictable and it's a bit harder to set up against.
Comes out now, Eddie got the handball away, spotted up his teammate there in McNamara. Kick goes straight into the cricket sign, is it? I don't even know what that is down there.
That's the side screen,
The side screen, I should say, and boom, we all heard it. Safest place in the ground to park behind that thing, that's for sure. Especially only if you're out of the car. As it comes out now, big kick, pushing the back has been paid. So I think this one's going the way of Rowe. Scrambly kick though, chance there for Bennett, goes after it, thumps it on his boot, inside forward 50, he was looking for the big man there in Pegram, ball hits the deck, another chance for Silvan to get it out of that danger zone, strong mark taken there by Knight. I believe he's definitely been Silvan's best player today. Kick up towards the Dow direction, he couldn't quite trap it, Bain came in for support, he looked a little bit indecisive and he's going to get brought down in a good tackle, holding the ball is the result. And once again, Fairpark, a chance to get back.
This next last few minutes of the game are going to really tell you a little bit about Silvan and their resilience. They're probably not going to win the match, but it'll be interesting to see how they hold up and if they can fight the match out or whether this scoreline blows out.
So Loomis's kick goes out. Cowan got the nice little handball away and series of handballs finds Deegan on the right boot up towards the half-forward line. It was fisted away from Pegram that time. The ball is still going to stay alive. Trapping it was Jansen. He dropped the football. Umpire said it was okay, so play on. Silvan working themselves through the middle of the ground by White on the right boot, inside forward 50. Strong mark taken though by James Hall. That was a hard one to trap. He wants to waste no time up towards the half forward line, straight down the corridor. He went. He's McNamara, couldn't get boot to ball. Nice little handball from White. And now Silvan once again will go forward, bouncing football out towards the Aaron Rowe direction. Needed to break the tackle, got the handball away just at the crucial stage. Hall comes charging out. That was good play. Him and Litchfield went toe to toe over the boundary line. She goes for a boundary throw in. 22 points is the margin, 12-11, 83 Fair Park. They're going to take home the 4 points today, don't you worry about that. 7-19, 61, the Silvan Football Club. Pye throws it in. Hurd just got a little knock on it. That was okay, but it was nicely done there by Kiddo. Got the handball away. Inside forward 50 now for Silvan. It's a 3-on-1 situation. Smith had the front spot. He was knocked off the football. Umpire said he was knocked off unfairly, and for his efforts, he will receive the free kick.
I'd actually be interested to see what his stats are. He would have racked up nearly 30 possessions, I reckon, today.
Absolutely, and plenty of marks as well.
Yeah.
Contested possession, metres gained, the whole lot. He's been really influential today.
He took 5 intercept marks in the second quarter, and I think about 8 for the game at the moment.
Need got it to Hurd, who went out wide looking for Whirl. Very close to the boundary line and the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Happy sight for Fair Park fans. 83 plays 61, 24 and a half minutes. Tick over in the final term of EFL Game Day. Division 4 football at its best today. We've enjoyed being out here. We've enjoyed a close contest. Umpire to bring the ball back in. Hurd had the front spot. Players are looking pretty tired now as the kick goes up. Dietzel got a little knock on, and now the Silvan side are working themselves across the far side of the ground. Bouncing football sits up well there for Kiddo. Goes looking for Knight, but Bain was there in the hot spot. He has to lay a strong tackle also with Kiddo to hold the ball up, and well done there by Eddie.
It's interesting. I don't mind the Silvan set up from arc to arc. I think it's quite good. It's when they're getting into that arc, the forward arc, that they really lose it, I think.
Snap around the body from De Graaf. Kicks it up towards the half forward line. What a fantastic mark there by Mercer. Just pulled it in his breadbasket. 2 kicks from home they are. Who wants to get amongst the goals? They go towards the big man there in Pegram. He couldn't pull it down. Snap around the body there by Flintoff. No, he bounces through for one behind. 84 plays 61. It's a 23-point margin out here. Fair Park are taking home a victory.
I'll tell you what, if Pegram had actually been able to hold his marks, I know they've been tough, he would have taken 20 marks today. He gets his hands to so many of them, he just isn't able to hold them all. And that's been good defence, but he's certainly a nice target.
So Knight just pops it up, really. It comes down here. Dadswell on the right boot, sends it back into that danger zone. Once again, Pegram not in the right spot there, and a strong mark by Matty White, who'll kick it to the back pocket. There can't be too much longer to go in this game. Kick goes in towards the middle. Dow's come a long way out from goal. Takes the mark and then switches it out wide. Cowan goes back with the fly to the ball. That was a fantastic effort. The umpire said play on. Little kick off into the middle of the ground. Finds Flintoff. He little look away handball. Got it away and copped one high as well, I believe. So he'll have a free kick. He's in the middle of Fair Park. Just weighing up his options. On the left, it was a shocker of a kick off the boot. Comes out. Shepherd then gave it don't argue. No, thought he was going to get pinged for that don't argue. He was ready to argue, but the umpire said, it's your free kick, mate. Just get on with it. Jansen out on the wing position now. Takes it this way, that way. Back on the left boot. Kick it looking for Spooner, but, well, it'd be justified if the siren sounded now with the ball in the arms of Smith. He has been an absolute beauty today, and you've heard us say it continuously up towards the wing position. They go now, Fair Park. Can there be one last bit of celebration today? The kick goes inside forward 50. It's a 3-on-1 situation at the fall of Paul. Little snap on goal there by McNamara. That was smothered. Litchfield's there to mop up for Silvan. On the right boot out towards the wing position. Scrambly kick. Over she rolls for a boundary throw in. 84 plays 61, 23 points is the margin, 27.5 minutes gone. Final scores are coming through. Barry Cotter's chomping at the bit to get on with the score centre to keep us up to date with all those scores. Pye to bring it back in now. Nicely done there by Dow, but went nowhere in the end. Got the knockout inside forward 50. Can the line snag one more? I tell you what, Flintoff would love another one. Flintoff, no, his kick was smothered, so he goes after it again. Litchfield did really well then. Great second effort to apply that pressure. And it's still 25 metres out from goal.
Oh, they'd love another goal here, wouldn't they? Just to get the icing on the cake and really celebrate the win.
Pegram, big knock out the back, but to no avail. Clearing kick for Silvan out of that danger zone. It's a siren sounds. It's a Fairpark victory out here in Division 4 EFL game day. Fantastic game by both sides. It was close, go to woe, owned by different stages of each clubs. The lead changed several times, but there can only be one winner, and today it is the home side, Fairpark, 12-12. 84 today, defeating Silvan 7-19-61. A fantastic effort there today by the Lions.
Yeah, look, I think their coach will be really happy that they've probably played, I suppose, 2.5 quarters. I suppose that's the best way of putting it. Silvan hit them hard early, just didn't capitalise on their early dominance, allowed them back into it in that first quarter. Bit of an arm wrestle in the second quarter and third quarter. And again, Silvan had an opportunity in that third and fourth quarters to hurt them, didn't do it, and Fairpark have come away with it. I think they deserved it. They were probably a little bit cleaner, a little bit better structured over the day. But to be honest, they've still got a bit of work if they want to be playing finals this year in this division, whereas I think Silvan now, they've got to go back and continue to work on playing 4 quarters of footy, and I think and taking their opportunities. You can't have as many simple shots at goal and miss them and think that you're going to get away with it over the course of the day. So that's really hurt them today.
Yeah, 100%. Look, from what I've seen across Division 4 this season, I don't think either of these sides are going to be taking part in the final series. Fairpark have probably got a bit more youth happening at the moment, and that probably showed with that endeavour on the ball throughout, and probably some of the mistakes as well.
Well, there's one man we want to have a chat to today, but I think we don't even need to do our votes today because he was a standout on the field. Sensational game by Nathan Smith, and he's with our Boundary Riders.
Yeah, Nathan, it was a pretty tight game all day. You must have been pretty happy with how the boys were able to get over the line in that last quarter.
Oh yeah, definitely. We spoke about during the week. They've only won one game, but they always bring it to you, and from the start they come to us early on, and we really had to fight. And that last quarter, Sean asked us to dig deep, and I think we did that, and really good result. So.
Yeah, you were terrific behind the ball today. Do you really pride yourself in your courage and ability to really actually able to read the play when it comes down there?
Oh, I won't say that because I won't say courage because I'll get some shit taken out of me. But no, I definitely try and back myself, and today it worked out. Sometimes it doesn't, and today it was pretty lucky. So good result.
We've got some questions for him.
Yeah, let's walk with Nathan off the ground, guys, as we have a chat. So we can't have him missing out on the song.
Nathan, it's Brett Davidson here, mate. I'm just wondering whether you've got a rash, mate, because I tell you what, nobody went near you for the entire game. It was a sensational performance. Is that one of the things that Sean set up, that idea that playing as that loose man behind and the consistently walking or running in front of Dow so that he wasn't able to get clear ball?
Not really. I think he tries to tell me to man up, but my natural instinct to try and float off and do my own thing and try and back myself. But no, he's been really good coming through. That's always been my sort of game. So he lets me back myself, and so it sort of works out. And as I said, sometimes it works out, and yeah, it's a good result.
Nathan, a few times just didn't quite get the fullback kickouts right today. Is that something that you've been working on, or something that you want to, I suppose, address moving forward so that you can actually probably make that a complete performance of yours, because you were outstanding today?
Yeah, no, I didn't kick the ball in great today, and I'm sure I'll be reminded about that by Sean. So, yeah, it's obviously wasn't great by foot kicking in, but no, we got the results, so that's all that matters.
It's a big day for the footy club, Nathan. Get in there and enjoy it, mate. A sensational game by you, and I'm sure a very happy faithful to clap you off the ground, mate.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much to Nathan Smith, who we've talked about it all afternoon. He was absolutely outstanding. Give him the chocolates right away. He'll get more than chocolates, though, that's for sure.
Oh, look, he was the only 4-quarter performer, I think, for the entire day.
Let's listen to the song. I think we might have just accidentally lost that there. Yeah, it's a little bit too hard, but yeah, every cut. Here we go.
Keep your eye on the red and the blue.
And the yellow. Fantastic club song. It started off so well. It was sung with a lot of gusto there. So disappointing it did cut in and out, but such is life. But a fantastic game by them. They'll be very happy with that. It's important to win the home games. There was a good crowd down here today to support them. So let's hope that everybody hangs around and has a beverage and celebrates the way that you should.
Oh, look, they've got a function on today, so it's really important when you have a function that you get a crowd and then you perform in front of the crowd. And, you know, there were times during the game where they weren't playing their best football, and Silvan were certainly having opportunities, but to their credit, they finished the game full of running, and they certainly were the team that were attacking the most towards the end, and they fully deserved their win. And as I say, I think structurally they were just a little bit more, I suppose, they were cleaner structurally, and I think they had a few more options down forward, and then we saw that with the fact that even though we thought maybe they were a little bit too Pegram-centric, they try to go to him all the time, then World stands up in that last quarter and kicks a couple of goals, which was good. So they've got a bit to play with. They've got a bit to play with, Fairpark, so that's a good thing. It's probably an ugly sort of win, but it's still a win. And as BWS said, getting them at home is really important. Now they've got to build on it and make sure that, you know, they've now gone 4-3 in the ledger. They've got to win the next one and make it 5-3 and maybe have a chance to go forward.
Yeah, 100%. It was interesting because I was looking at them thinking they've got a lot of potential.
Yep.
So they might not be making the four this year, as I just said, but certainly if they can keep this list together, they, you know, keep the coaching staff that they've got here, build on their culture, because outside off the field they're doing really well and they're doing great things. If they can build on that and keep improving, then 2018 you could definitely see a Fairpark side with a couple of, you know, maybe a little bit more polish, a couple of boys that can run and break the lines and really hit those targets cleanly. They could be a team that would definitely be looking for a top 4 spot next year.
Oh, definitely. I think they need a quality on-baller. They need that finisher as an on-baller. I think the one thing that's quite good is they've got a bit of height. They probably didn't use it as well. Bailey's a little bit lost, I think, in where he's been. But I thought through the ruck area they were good. Some of their backs have got a bit of height. Hall's got a little bit of height and kicks the ball and runs the ball well. Need runs the ball well. I think they do that well, and I agree. I think there's something there to build on. It may not be this year, though. They really need to get through a year of Sean's coaching and then build on it again. And I'm sure he'll work them harder with their fitness, and they'll get more and more used to their structure.
Fall off defenders and cut off defenders I've seen play for a while, so it's good to have him. 21 years old, so he's
yeah, wow.
Oh, that's amazing. We were talking about the fact that we haven't seen a player put his body on the line as there was no question that he knew that Dow was going to mow him down a number of times, and he did not flinch once when he went back onto him.
Do you reckon the umpires might want to help him out any times?
I'll tell you what, he was sensational, and for a kid who's 21,
fall in the back like that.
To do that, he's been fantastic. My question to you is, you have to be the youngest president in the world, I'd say.
Fourth year.
Just saying.
You'll never get out. I can tell you that because my dad's been there for about 30.
No, I've called it. This is my last year. This is my swan song year.
And so you've seen a very different, Eastern Lions, now Fairpark, over the time you've been there. It looks like, from the outside, it looks like you're really on the right path to the development of the right sort of culture. And today we saw an organisation on the ground that has got its real upside. There needs some polish, but it seems to be that you really are heading in the right direction.
Yeah, that was the main key. Like, we've been going for a 5-year sort of plan to get ourselves into a club that can be successful in that aspect. So we've had some hard years along the time, and a big part of what we wanted to plan was this thing, and we knew that we had a stigma attached to us, and the Eastern Lions didn't work for us, that game plan. So us going back to our roots at Fair Park, but then still giving us a new image and a new look and a new Lions is a big part of what we want to achieve this year. And I think the way the boys are taking it on the field as well, which is where we've really struggled to show that new sort of aspect, the way they're doing it at the moment is fantastic.
And next week, who have you got?
In the spot, Glen Waverley Hawks.
Glen Waverley Hawks. So is that away at Glen Waverley Hawks, or is it here?
I think that's away, yeah.
Away, so
no, that'll be here, because, there's a change. I think we're playing home again.
Oh, well, that'll be fantastic. So, obviously, Glen Waverley Hawks probably haven't had the season that they've been hoping for, but have found a little bit of form of late. How do you think you're going to go with them next week, and what are some of the things that you would be looking towards from today's game moving into the game next week?
Yeah, look, 4th Division is up in the air at the moment. It seems to be I haven't been focusing on any other divisions, but I know that 4th Division, if you don't rock up with your A game, you're gonna struggle, and you got to show up and play whatever team it is, because it's just any team can win in the day at the moment, really. Bar another warning, of course, but so we've got to show up, do what we do, hopefully put what we did in the last quarter over 4 quarters next time, and win another one, I think, and then we'll really solidify ourselves in the 4 if we do that. So, and that takes us into Coldstream, which we're really setting ourselves for.
Well, mate, I just wanted to wrap him up. Sorry, Alana, because we do have a man out on the field who we'd
get the guy I pay on, mate.
We'd be very keen to have a chat with him, and no doubt a very happy one as well. Let's cross down boundary side to Tim Fitzsimmons, and Davis Harrigan, who's with the senior coach at Fair Park, Sean Stanton.
And it was a very vocal Sean Stanton late in the game. Sean, it wasn't pretty much of the time, but you got the chocolates and you got the 4 points. Obviously, that means a lot. But where were some of the big highlights for you? That last quarter obviously certainly came back with a bit of a vengeance. You got 2-3 goals on the run. Probably just switched the game, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a pretty scrappy game from the start, and we obviously didn't start too well. To our boys' credit, we sort of grinded it out to 3-quarter time, and I challenged the playing group, particularly there were probably 4 or 5 individuals who I felt that probably hadn't competed to a level that we would expect. And to their credit, they found another gear in the last quarter. They were terrific, Silvan. Had they kicked straight, they probably would have put us out of the game, probably come 3-quarter time. They missed a lot of opportunities. Good thing about footy, the door was slightly ajar and our blokes took it. But they got some really good players. They're really well coached, and we're lucky to get the 4 points.
And yeah, it really was that tight game for 3 quarters. You talk about 1 or 2 more goals to Silva might have turned it around, but so many opportunities. We talked to him just a few minutes ago, were stopped by one man, Nathan Smith. His effort today must have made you a very proud man.
Yeah, well, he's a close family friend, Nathan, and he hasn't played footy for a few years. He was a talented junior. He played at Oakley Chargers 4 or 5 years ago, and I think he finished in the top 3 or 4 in their best and fairest. So he's got some talent. He's been out of the game for a while. He's had some personal issues over the last few years, and it's good to be having him playing football again. So he's really embraced the club. He was one of those guys that we spoke about at the start of the day that has come to the club. He's a little bit of an introvert. I think he'll be a bit of an extrovert tonight after his game, but he was terrific. He was very brave. He does that most weeks. He makes good decisions. He generally is a good user of the footy. So he's great to have here at the club, and you're right, I thought today was outstanding.
And I'll throw this last one at you before I throw it over to the boys in the caravan. Your win obviously keeps you within touching distance of that top 4 group. That's obviously something to strive for, isn't it? But at the same time, you're always just playing one game at a time, aren't you?
Yeah, it's hard because realistically it's so tight at the top, and we copped a few beltings earlier on in the year, so our percentage is quite low. So we're all about focusing on the day, but reality was, and I sort of mentioned it to the guys that started today, had we got beat, we could be second last. If we win, we're equal second or third. So, yeah, but it's more important. We just need to continue to improve, because unfortunately, you would have seen today, at times we make poor decisions. We're not clean when we need to be. Our ball movement suffers as a result. So we just need to keep getting better. And like, we've got young kids, so you get the good and the bad. As I said earlier, we're a bit at Jekyll and Hyde at the moment. We saw a bit of both of that today, and glad we got the 4 points.
I'll throw it over to the rest of the team.
All right, Sean, Brett Davidson here, mate. One of the things I was really impressed today was, even though, as you said, there was a bit of inconsistency through the way the game was played, I thought your shape was really good all day today. I thought it was the difference between the two sides. There was a consistency within your shape, within your forward structure, and obviously your defensive area was good as well. And that gave players up the ground a little bit more confidence to know where to put the football. Now, at times they didn't do it well, but I think that's something that you can be really happy about today. Was the shape of your group was really good.
We've been trying to work on it, and like I said, I came to the club late in the piece, to be honest. It was sort of just before November, I think, and I hadn't had the opportunity to see the club, and I didn't know what, I guess, the style of play that they had, but we managed to pick up Jace Pegram from East Ringwood, as I touched on, so he tends to straighten us up. We've got another guy, Gareth Bailey. I felt coming to three-quarter time that at times we broke down across half forward, so I sort of took the big off and we played a smaller half forward line late in the game, and it tended to work. But you're right, he's been phenomenal in recent weeks. He leads straight up, brings other blokes into play, and I think the rebound we got off our back six, or particularly our half-back flankers, the likes of Brad Need and Nathan Smith and James Hall, really helps. But yeah, it's something that we work on. It's hard, as I said, pre-game. Football isn't a priority for everyone like it used to be, so trying to get them all here at training to work on certain things doesn't always work, but we're trying to address that. But yeah, I think we're heading in the right direction. And one of the things we were just saying before was someone like Brad Need, he's one of the few players, he's a real line breaker with his kicks, and then you bring Whirl as a small forward on, and suddenly they become part of that group where he breaks the line, kicks it long, and Pegram, who can hold the backs back, allows Whirl to come in. I thought that was a really good part of the game today towards the end. Yeah, it did work well late. It probably broke down in patches early on, but he's terrific. And Brad, I didn't sort of know what to expect. He's passionate about his footy. He loves his footy. And from what I can gather, he's taken it to a new level. But yeah, you're right. And that's why having a big guy up forward, he demands usually the best defender, and you would have seen today at times they dropped 2 or 3 off him, which then gives people like Will an opportunity, who I thought battled early on in the game, but he was staring down the barrel of being dropped at three-quarter time, but to his credit, he fought back and hit the scoreboard, so he'll probably hold his spot.
Well, Sean, we really appreciate you chatting to us before the game, mate, and also after. It's always good to see a smile on a coach's face, and no doubt your boys will be enjoying tonight, and a big game, of course, next week against Glen Waverley, and 4 wins from 7 games. It's onwards and upwards for Fairpark, which is great to see, mate.
Let's hope so, and thanks for being down here today. Thanks for your support.
Thank you very much to the senior coach of Fairpark, Sean Stanton. So, yeah, it's positive signs for this football club, which is great to see. Great job by the boys on the boundary line today. We've got some awards to give out, ladies and gentlemen, and normally we'd go through our 3, 2 and 1. I think today we've already announced that the Best on Ground award is going to go to Nathan Smith, but instead Davis Harrigan has got another guest, and so let's cross down boundary side.
Yeah, we do. We're getting plenty of them BWS, and let's just say it was a good game. Mark Flintoff, I have to say. What did you enjoy so much about today's game? There's a lot of impact from you early. Fell off sometimes. What about the entire side? What was it out there today?
We lacked pressure early in the game, and then Sean just got us in at three-quarter time and just said to some of our better players we need to lift and run out the game, because Silvan are a bit of a bigger bodied side and we had the legs on them, and we've been running out games real well, so we just needed to work real hard in that last quarter and keep the pressure up, and we knew we'd get the result.
Yeah, I was at the three-quarter time huddle, and Sean was saying that there were a few people who just dropped off the pace, and you needed to stick it and not get burned on the outside. That seemed to start the last 10, 15 minutes. Everything seemed to just come together a little bit better, didn't it?
Yeah, we've been having lapses, about 10-minute lapses in games, and Sean's just been getting into us every week about we need to cut those out. So first 3 quarters we obviously struggled, and then last quarter we came out and got the win.
Throw it over to you guys.
Well, Mark, great game today. Obviously, the green boots is something that we need to talk about. I think they've been spectacular. Is that a vote-catching ploy of yours?
Definitely not. Last week at Nunawading, I broke my boots on one of the goals. So, I had to get new boots this week, and I'm a green, bright green type of player. So,
Oh, look, really good. I was just looking at the way you play your football. Do you prefer the half-forward line role, or would you prefer to work your way up across the midfield area, wing, where you probably get a little bit more opportunity to run? Which is your preferred style? And I know you're going to say wherever the coach plays you, but what's your preference?
Probably prefer half-forward. Last year I was a half-back, and obviously Sean being a new coach this year got me down at half-forward, and I've been playing probably 50% wing, 50% half-forward. I prefer half-forward. Wing, I just seem to get a little bit lost sometimes when we're under the pump. So, yeah, I like to just be front and centre where I can.
Markalana here.
Yep.
Your coach described your team a little bit of Jekyll and Hyde, and it's exactly how I suppose I described them earlier on in the week as well. We're never quite sure at the moment which Fairpark we're going to get. So how do you think you can go about bridging the gap between, I suppose, your worst football and your best football? Because when you are playing your best football, you obviously can beat, some of the best sides in the competition, which we saw with Donvale. So what are the key areas that you feel that the side needs to be continuing to work towards?
Starts with pressure, tackling, forward pressure mainly, and midfield pressure, which obviously makes it easier for the backs to defend. So pressure is probably our biggest thing, and our starts to games have been very slow. So makes it hard starting with a 3-goal deficit every week. If we can just fix up that first 5 minutes of the game, keep our pressure up, work on that at training, hopefully we can make finals this year.
Yeah, Mark, it's BWS here, mate. Congratulations. What I did like to see today is I did see some familiar old faces around the football club, which is great to see. People coming back into the gate, and I saw that you had the Auskick group. They were here. There was the under-17s side. They're all out on the ground. You spotted them throughout there. So it's a great place to be, Fairpark, at the moment, and you're getting a lot of support from not just within the senior club, but also from the juniors and above.
Yeah, obviously with the name change from the Eastern Lions to Fairpark, we're trying to get around it and start sort of a bit of a new club and a new vibe and get everyone down here and play a different brand of footy from the last couple of years. So, yeah.
Great stuff, mate. Thanks for joining us on EFL Game Day. Congratulations to you and all the boys. Lap it up and all the best for the rest of the season.
Thanks, boys. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much to Mark Flintoff, the man with the fancy boots who can kick a goal as well, Davo.
He can, and looking there, Alana and I were talking about it off air before, and we were saying that there's a lot of upside to this football team, and he's one of the young lads that's got a lot of upside to him. He will improve as he gets more games into him. I think he's a typical young bloke who likes to play forward because he can kick goals, but I think he would be an outstanding wingman because he's got a little bit of pace. He's got that left foot. He can kick it long. I think that's where a place for him to play. But they're the sort of upside that they have here at Fairpark at the moment, which is great.
And just before we had that final guest, we were going to go through our awards today, so the time is to do that now. And we've been awarded with Ray Baird's presence in the caravan, which is always fantastic to see. I noticed he didn't come with any beers either behind us, or a snack or two. But let's best on ground, $150 toolkit goes to the best on ground, a Trojan toolkit, and that is hands down Nathan Smith. Here, all around the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Across the board, we have two other awards. One is a $50 Coles Meyer voucher, not awarded to the best player on the ground, but a four-quarter performer that we see fit from either side. I'm happy to take suggestions for this one. I thought when we looked at the Silvan side of the fence, I thought Andrew Knight, he was absolutely sensational. Really put his hand up. So I'm happy for any other suggestions on that as well.
I would have gone Knight or Dietzel. I thought they were pretty good all day, but Knight probably was a little bit cleaner with the football. So, he was certainly good today.
Yeah, I'm with Knight as well. Knight or Litchfield for me would have probably been my second vote if I was doing a 3-2-1. So
okay, Andrew Knight, we're happy to go with that, Subi. You're always the man that holds the keys to the kingdom.
I've got 2 votes written down for Andrew Knight, so certainly agreeing with you there.
Last prize for the day is the Vibro goal of the day, which is a $50 voucher. Fantastic award this to head down to the Health, Fitness and Beauty Vibro down in Croydon to get a negative pressure massage vacuum. I'm not too sure how I'd go with something like that, but apparently it's the new thing. It's a good way for players to recover from a big game on Saturday. Goal of the day, my suggestion is Matthew Eddy storming out in that final term and thumping it home from inside the centre square. I'm getting the thumbs up all around the table here, so a fantastic goal. I'm sure Dan will be able to pull that footage out during the week and let our fans on the EFL website be able to see that one over and over again. It's time to wrap up here on EFL Game Day. Great job right around the board. We are going through till 6. Me and Brett Davidson and Grant Campbell step out at this stage. Alana, you're not off the hook just yet. You're hanging around. But fantastic effort by yourself in the special comments chair today. It's not often I get to call with you, but you've really stepped up, and your special comments was brilliant, and your Division 4 knowledge is second to none. So I hope you enjoyed yourself, and enjoy Bali as well. We know we're going to miss you. We're going to miss you for a little while, but hope you enjoyed today.
Thank you. I'm not actually going to miss a game because I'm going over the Queen's birthday break. So our holiday was meticulously timed around the football season.
Of course
so
it was.
we leave on the Sunday after next week's game, and we come back the Friday before the following game. So, yeah, no football will be missed for EFL, that's for sure.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And Brett Davidson, Division 4 today. It's we love our Division 1, we love our higher divisions, but we also do like to see how the clubs are doing it at the other end of the ledger as well. And what we saw today was good local footy.
It was, and looking again, we sit down and have a look at what the future, and the future at Eastern Lions Fairpark is looking bright. And that's a good thing. Silvan have got a bit of work to do, but overall, it's not as if I think the football standard, if you take away some of the mistakes, there's still a lot of positive stuff to look at, and I certainly enjoyed coming back and having a look at some 4th Division football. I'm a little bit annoyed at the fact that I sit with someone going to Bali, someone that's been to Vegas. I've got a feeling I've got a trip to Olinda coming up, so I won't be missing any football for that. So I'll be back.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And speaking of fantastic work, Grant Soupy Campbell, as always, mate, in the caravan. You own that spot down that end, but got to see another good game today.
Certainly get the cold breeze coming in every time. Nathan Smith today, I reckon the best game for a defender we've seen in a radio match since Tom Hallinan for South Belgrave up against Upper Gully in 2015. So certainly the clearest best on ground, particularly for a defender that you'll see this season.
Great stuff, Soupy. Looking forward to seeing you again very soon, as we are. This man, Tim Fitzsimmons, great job on the boundary line, mate. A newcomer to the EFL media team this year, but taking it with aplomb.
Yeah, enjoying it a lot. Good to get down here to Fairpark today. Well done to yourself. Commentating solo would have been tough up here, I reckon. But yeah, I'm happy with how it's going.
And our Saints lost, mate, so we won't talk about that.
I didn't know that. You didn't have to tell me.
And I hope you find your car keys as well, buddy.
I really hope so as well. I really hope so.
Under the bus right there.
Davis Harrigan, usually out taking the happy snaps. Today you're doing a little bit of both, but also doing a great job on the boundary.
Well, I still pulled 3,200 from the 2 games, so it was quality for. It might have been Division 4, but there's still a lot of quality to watch. I don't get to Division 4 much. It was great to see two teams guard it, 2 teams be really competitive. I really enjoyed watching them from the sidelines. And be honest, the only better view is not actually from the caravan or commentary box, is if you were an umpire. You'd get the best seat in the house if you're an umpire.
Fantastic to have you on board. I hope you've enjoyed the broadcast today, everybody. Barry Kotz will be stepping in with Dan Sensick after the break to take you through the score centre, all those important around-the-ground scores across all games, across all divisions. We'll be crossing to Wayne Brasher for an around-the-grounds report for Vermont and Noble Park, and we'll also be chatting with Brett Beston, who today was out at Churnside Park for the big clash against Park Orchards as well. So looking forward to hearing those and as well as all those other important scores. Thanks to Bruce Prest. Of course, he'll be hanging around for another hour, but love your work as always, Giggles. We've had a ball out here at Fairpark. We always do. On behalf of Grant Soupy Campbell, Brett Davidson and myself, we'll see you next time.
Free pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any pancake parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to efl.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.